Chapter 335. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then walked forward and squatted down beside the little fox. See, the little fox wasn't afraid when it saw a human approaching. It looked at Lin Tian with its big eyes, looking a little pitiful. Poor thing! Lin Tian smiled. He brushed away the fur on the little fox's leg and saw a blood stain. It seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. He took out some hemostatic powder from the stone ring and sprinkled it on the blood stain. Then he reached out and used his inner yuan to help absorb it. The little fox stared at Lin Tian and blinked its big eyes. It seemed to have recovered a lot. Ah! The little fellow called out softly. Lin Tian smiled and reached out with his other hand to pat the little fellow's furry head. There were many little fellows in the old forest on the fallen immortal peak. Before he left the Wuji Gate, these little fellows were the only ones who could accompany him. His inner yuan dripped down, and the blood stain on the little fox's leg healed little by little. Rustling sounds could be heard from all around. One by one, the little fellows approached. Very soon, Lin Tian was surrounded by densely packed little fellows. White rabbits, civet cats, raccoons, moles, magpies, squirrels. The little fellows weren't big and weren't afraid of Lin Tian at all. A magpie landed on Lin Tian's head. A civet cat climbed onto Lin Tian's shoulder, and a white rabbit jumped to Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tianwei smiled. This scene was really heartwarming. Ah! The injured little fox stared at Lin Tian and blinked its big, beautiful eyes. Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head. Suddenly, his divine sense shook and the divine sword at the bottom started to vibrate. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly looked around. This was the second time the divine sword had vibrated on its own in front of the fallen immortal peak. Ah! The little fox called out softly and stared at Lin Tian with its big bright eyes. A ball of light appeared, and the little fox's body lit up as if it was made of light. It was incomparably sacred. This is... Lin Tian's expression changed. Under his right hand, the little fox's injured calf was instantly healed. Not a single wound could be seen, and its fur had also turned into light. Buzz! The void suddenly trembled. All around them, the white rabbits, civet cats, raccoons, moles, colorful magpies, squirrels, and all the little things that had gathered were now shining brightly. Every little thing's body lit up. In Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, the divine sword vibrated even more violently. The little fox called out softly. It jumped to Lin Tian's feet and rubbed against Lin Tian's calf. Then an even more dazzling light spread out. The little fellow's body completely turned into light, turning into a mysterious rune that floated up and down. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched as he stared at the mysterious rune. He could feel the Taoist connotation as thick as the ocean. Buzz! The light around them became even more dazzling. The white rabbits shook their ears, the civet cats wagged their tails, the raccoons climbed onto Lin Tian's shoulders, and the colorful magpies chirped softly. The little guys' bodies became transparent. In the next moment, they turned into light like the little fox and condensed into mysterious runes. In the blink of an eye, dense runes flashed and surrounded Lin Tian. At the same time, a heavenly sound like a divine bell rang in Lin Tian's heart. The divination divine, art belongs to the benevolent. The sacred sound was vast and profound. It flowed through Lin Tian's heart like a stream, as if it had come from the ancient times. Lin Tianyi was shocked, and his face changed. Buzz! The mysterious runes that the little guys turned into jumped like fairies and suddenly disappeared into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the white lotus in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness swayed, and all the runes began to jump rhythmically. Then, the pictures of the great Tao appeared one after another. Secret sect handprints appeared and were quickly engraved in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Those little guys are the secret runes of the divination divine art. They are the legendary Taoist marks. His pupils jumped. Lin Tian stood in the same place. At this moment, his body automatically emitted wisps of light. He seemed to have turned into a sun, illuminating the entire old forest of the fallen celestial peak. So that's how it is. So that's how it is, he murmured. At this moment, he saw the remnants of the paintings. They were the past of the fallen celestial peak, as if he was there in person. That year, the spiritual energy was thin and even cut off. The fallen celestial peak, which was originally one of the 50 main peaks of the Wuji Gate, turned into a ruined peak in a flash. It was empty and no one really lived there. That year, little guys were born in the peak. They jumped all over the mountain, but they were difficult to attract people's attention. The disciples who once lived in this abandoned peak drove the little guys out one by one. Some little guys left the old forest and jumped out of the fallen celestial peak, but they were killed by the disciples of the Wuji Gate and thrown out of the gate. For those cultivators, these ordinary animals were nothing. They were not even worthy of rations. They would only pollute the vital essence in the body. These people were not evil, but they were not benevolent. A month ago, Lin Tian entered this main peak. He was different from those cultivators who considered themselves to be virtuous and virtuous. He who came from another world was very easy to get close to these weak little fellows, and was very fond of them. He fed them precious pills because Zhang Yi killed a group of little fellows. These scenes were all branded onto this fallen immortal peak, branded onto the little fellows' bodies. These little guys were the traces of the revived divining divine skill. The divining divine skill searched for benevolent people and found Lin Tian. Lin Tian sat down cross-legged, following the rune imprints in his sea of consciousness. His hands moved rhythmically. The number of Dian is 50 and 49 are used. Giving up one is called the evading one. Lin Tian whispered. His eyes lit up, producing streak after streak of symbols that continuously flickered into existence. At the same time, he waved his hands, and strange phenomena appeared behind him. There was a broken mountain, a cracked sky, a shattered galaxy, and even a great Tao treasure, the world extermination roulette. A wave of destructive power spread out. As his hands moved, all the runes in his sea of consciousness gradually condensed together, shining brightly. Then the condensed light spread out again, rushing to every corner of his body. With a boom on the fallen celestial peak, rich spiritual chi emerged from the ground and instantly enveloped him. It flowed into his sea of consciousness through his glabella, causing his sea of consciousness to vibrate. At this moment, every strand of his divine sense emitted a blazing light. It was like the most sacred source, becoming purer and stronger bit by bit. Lin Tian closed his eyes slightly, forgetting everything. His hands moved faster and faster, making hand seals. Boom! Behind him, more strange scenes appeared. It was incomparably magical. Dense light entangled him. He was comprehending the divining divine skill, studying it bit by bit. At the same time, spiritual chi emerged from the ground and entered his body bit by bit, entering his sea of consciousness, making his divine sense power stronger bit by bit. Time passed in a hurry. An hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian sat there and 6 hours passed. Boom! 6 hours later, a strong wave spread out, impacting every inch of Lin Tian's flesh and blood, causing his skin to become transparent for a moment. His internal organs and 8 extraordinary meridians could be seen from the outside world. The 8th level of the sea of consciousness. Stepping into the 8th level of the sea of consciousness, Lin Tian's physique became stronger, his vital essence more vigorous, and his combat power more powerful. However, he didn't open his eyes. He was still weaving hand seals. It wasn't until another 2 hours passed that he opened his eyes and stood up. Clenching his right fist, he felt an incomparably powerful force. The divining divine skill belongs to the benevolent. He whispered to himself. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile. He was actually a benevolent person. Standing in place, he glanced around. In the old forest on the fallen celestial peak, the spiritual chi gradually became stronger. However, the surroundings became extremely quiet. There was no small animal to be seen. The little ones he was familiar with were all gone. A light appeared in the void and turned into a little fox, landing on the ground. The little fox seemed to be real, and it let out a cry. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Another little guy appeared. Woo! The little fox let out a soft cry, looking at Lin Tian with its big bright eyes. It swayed and slowly ran to the side. Lin Tian paused for a moment and followed. Not long after, the little fox stopped. There was an inconspicuous round stone in front of it, covered with sand. The little fox was leaning on it, blinking its big eyes, staring at Lin Tian. After obtaining the divining divine skill, Lin Tian knew that the little fox was not ordinary. He slowly walked over, carefully reached out his hand, and wiped off the accumulated sand on the round stone. Under the sand and dust, strand after strand of strange patterns appeared, gradually producing wisps of light that were extremely faint. Space transmission array? Lin Tian was shocked. He cultivated the art of array control, so he naturally recognized this kind of array pattern. At the very least, one had to be an 8th rank array control master to carve it. Of course, some martial arts experts with exceedingly high cultivation could also carve this kind of array pattern, because when one's cultivation reached a certain level, some things could be connected. Of course, it was only some things. Not everything could be connected. There is actually a space transmission array here. Where does it lead to? Lin Tian was shocked. He circulated his soul power in his right hand and touched the pattern on the stone. With a hum, bits of light flickered, causing his expression to change, and he quickly retracted his right hand. It's very damaged, can only be used once. He thought to himself. A cry came from the side. The little fox stared at Lin Tian, blinked its eyes, and truly turned into starlight and disappeared. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but in the end he could only sigh. The little fox is formed by Tao marks. What is the purpose of bringing me here? He softly muttered to himself. He squatted beside the round stone, and after a long time he finally came back to his senses. Forget it! Let's not think about it anymore. Shaking his head, he covered the pattern on the round stone with sand again, and then walked out of the old forest. For some reason, the sky became pitch black, and specks of stars appeared in the firmament, sprinkling down silver splendor all over the sky. Lin Tian walked into the knowledge sea array, sat down silently, and guided the power of the stars to consolidate his cultivation of the 8th level of the knowledge sea. Faint silver light flickered, intertwining outside his body. He cultivated for an entire night and only stood up at dawn the next day. He faced the morning sun and breathed in to nourish his chi. He was the only one on the fallen immortal peak, and no other little guys came near, and no disciples of the Wuji Gate would come to this main peak. In the following days, he silently comprehended the divining divine art, and then deeply felt the power and terror of this heavenly, venerable, secret art. It could evolve all things, and it was omnipotent. It was truly the battle saint technique. The divining divine art was different from the 4-symbol seal. The 4-symbol seal had fixed hand seals and a fixed cultivation method, but the divining divine art mainly relied on perception. Lin Tian comprehended the divining divine art in the knowledge sea array every day, and gradually familiarized himself with it, until 7 days later, he barely cultivated the divining divine art to the initial stage and could fight with it. 7 days at the initial stage. I wonder if this perception is high or low. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 336. Reading on his mobile phone after a slight pause, Lin Tian shook his head. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. No matter how good his comprehension was, he had finally comprehended it. Continue to cultivate. He muttered to himself. Cultivation had always been boring, especially now that he was truly alone in the limitless immortal school. In the following time, Lin Tian spent almost all his time comprehending the divining divine technique in the sea of consciousness formation during the day, and at night he would guide the light of the stars and the spiritual energy in the air to cleanse his sea of consciousness and temper his physical body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these days, the spiritual energy on the fallen immortal peak had obviously improved, becoming much richer than before. In this regard, Lin Tian more or less knew what was going on. It was related to the divining divine technique that he had obtained. Back then, when the divining divine technique was revived, it absorbed all the spiritual energy of the fallen immortal peak, causing the Tao marks of the divine technique to turn into little guys. Now that the Tao marks of the divining divine technique had been absorbed and disappeared by him, he naturally did not need to consume the spiritual energy of the fallen immortal peak. At noon, a gentle sun hung in the sky. Cultivation became stronger. Then, return to the first heaven. Lin Tian muttered to himself, there are people very important to him in the first heaven. He would become stronger and rush to a higher heaven. But before that, he had to return to the first heaven first. There were still some grievances in that world that he needed to settle personally. He would not show mercy. Walking into the sea of consciousness formation, the 4 extremities scripture began to operate, and he began to temper his sea of consciousness. Buzz! A faint light intertwined and lingered on the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, for hours passed. For hours later, Lin Tian stood up and walked out of the sea of consciousness formation. When he came to the front of the ruined hall, he habitually looked forward and saw the Wuji Peak at a glance. On the Wuji Peak, light surrounded it. Because of the battle between the desolate demon body and Baiziki, the immortal plants and strange stones that were shattered had been rebuilt, and it was the same as before. However, Lin Tian did not care about these things. He just thought that there was one less friend there. Shaking his head, he turned around and walked toward the ruined hall. After tempering his sea of consciousness for 4 hours, he prepared to cultivate the art of array control and the art of alchemy. After taking a few steps, he suddenly frowned and stopped. When he turned around again, he saw a dozen figures striding over from the sky above the fallen immortal peak. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the peak. Lin Tian frowned as he recognized the leader of the group, a middle-aged man in green. He was one of the people who had been with Baiziki not long ago. Is something the matter? He asked. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly, I want to borrow something from you. What is it? Life. The middle-aged man in cyan stepped forward. His steps were very gentle, as if Lin Tian was just a corpse. Lin Tian's face darkened. What do you mean? The Pearl of the Bai clan is not someone that any random cat or dog can get close to. Since you touched the princess of my clan, I can't let you live. The azure-robed, middle-aged man said. Behind the middle-aged man were more than a dozen experts from the Bai family. Each of them had a powerful aura, and all of them were at the second layer of the Imperial Sky Realm. Me. Get close to her. Touch her? Lin Tian stared at the middle-aged man in cyan and said, Your Bai family seems to be saying the opposite. You want to say that it was the young lady of my clan who approached you? Ridiculous. No matter what, I'll borrow your head today. The middle-aged man in cyan said indifferently. With a gesture, someone behind the middle-aged man in cyan approached Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was cold. A few days ago, the people behind Baiziki stared at him with cold eyes. However, he never thought that the Bai family would send someone to kill him, and the reason was that he got close to Bai Qiu. He stared at the middle-aged man in cyan. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and he could not see any emotion on the man's face. Did she instruct you to do this? He said coldly. The young lady is young and naive. She doesn't know the dangers of the world. Some flies wanted to get close to her, so he took care of them. The middle-aged man in cyan said. Lin Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. He was really afraid that Bai Qiu was involved in this matter. If that was the case, thinking about the time they spent together, he would feel bitterly disappointed. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. Bai Qiu was really nice to him, and he actually suspected her. He tilted his head and looked at the sky. He saw a few middle-aged men standing in the distance. Among them were the master of the Wuji Peak, Muyangfeng, and the other masters of the main peaks. The one leading them was the master of the Wuji Gate, the master of the Wuji sect. He smiled faintly. He did not care. Since the Bai family was here, they would naturally inform the master of the Wuji sect. The master of the Wuji sect would definitely know about this matter and would also go to the void to watch. As for the fact that the master of the Wuji sect did not protect him, it was not unexpected. The master of the Wuji sect did not protect him in the face of the 9 great sects, let alone the ancient Bai family that looked down on this heaven realm. Forget it. There is no need to stay here. It is time to leave, he muttered to himself. He had already obtained the divination divine skill. Being in the fallen celestial peak, he could not get any resources from the sect. The master of the Wuji sect's attitude was the key to his decision to leave the Wuji Gate. There was no value in staying in such a great sect. Leave? Do you think you can leave? A cold voice sounded. Following the order of the middle-aged man in green, an expert from the Bai family rushed forward and directly grabbed Lin Tian. Die, the expert from the Bai family said. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He clenched his right fist and punched out. Although you are from the same family as her, that is this. I will not show mercy. With a boom, the void trembled because of his fist. The space directly distorted, and there were even small cracks appearing. The terrifying strength of his physical body was horrifying. With a poof, the hand of the expert from the Bai family was directly smashed into pieces. Ah! The expert from the Bai family screamed. However, Lin Tian's fist did not slow down and steadily landed on the man's chest. With a poof, the chest of the Bai family member was penetrated. Blood splattered on the ground of the fallen celestial peak, and he died on the spot. Lin Tian raised his head and looked forward. When his cultivation was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his physique was comparable to an expert at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. Now that he was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness and had absorbed the Tao marks of the divination divine skill, his physique had become even stronger. It was comparable to an expert at the 5th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. This Bai family member approached him at such a close distance and tried to grab him with his body. It was simply an act of seeking death. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Bai family members changed. Killing an expert at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm with a single punch. Such a physique shocked everyone. At the same time, the expressions of the Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master in the distant void also changed. This bastard, his physique is amazing. Muyangfeng sect master's face was gloomy. In the blink of an eye, one person was killed, and the face of the middle-aged man in green from the Bai family darkened. This person's name was Bai Yu. He stared coldly at Lin Tian and ordered, "Get rid of him as soon as possible." Yes. The other members of the Bai family nodded. Immediately, 8 people rushed out. These 8 people were all Zephyr realm experts. Although they were only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, they were still very terrifying. The 8 of them rushed towards Lin Tian without mercy. They each used their divine abilities and martial techniques. For a moment, a tyrannical true essence fluctuation covered the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated. With a shake of his right hand, he condensed the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols and retreated forward. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols shook and intertwined with light, annihilating all the martial techniques and divine abilities of the 8 people. They disappeared without a trace. This is... Staring at this scene, everyone's faces froze. In the distance, the Wuji sect master frowned. This is not a technique of our Wuji sect. This little bastard has joined us with a technique. It's hard to describe his scheming. He has shown this technique before, and it's very unusual. Muyang Feng, sect master said. Staring at Lin Tian, Muyang Feng sect master's face turned cold. Because this technique had frozen Zhang Ye's true essence. Previously, for Lin Tian to release the technique, he had to pay a lot of treasures. Wuji Peak Master wanted to say something, but in the end he shook his head. If the Bai family wanted to kill Lin Tian, who could stop them? What a pity for a genius. Wuji Peak Master shook his head. Genius? I think he's an evil realm being. Muyang Feng sect master snorted. Wuji sect master's face was calm. With his hands behind his back, he looked down. Bang! On the fallen immortal peak, the 8 people of the Bai family surrounded Lin Tian. Tyrannical true essence surged forth. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian frowned. He retreated. His fighting strength was strong, but facing the 8-second heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm at the same time, the pressure was immense. It was difficult to fight them. Although the 4-symbol seal was astonishing, it was more of a seal. It was not suitable to fight against a group of people. Just nice. Let's try that technique. His eyes were cold. He took another step back. The 4 symbols Tao diagram shattered and disappeared. He gave up? He's just a small sea of consciousness cultivator. What can he do against us? Quickly slash him, the 8 of them said. Immediately, an even more astonishing true essence undulation was released. It pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His hands formed a seal. Suddenly, a light aura flickered. A broken mountain rushed out from behind him. A huge bell appeared. An old forest appeared in the air. Immediately, an astonishing qi spread out. It shook the air. Kill! Lin Tianlung shouted. The broken mountain rushed out from behind him. The huge bell descended from the sky. The old forest pressed down with countless branches. It was mystical and mysterious. What technique is that? Everyone's face changed. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. With a thought, the broken mountain bell and the old forest pressed down on the nearest Bai family member. With a puff, the 3 divine elephants landed on his body. He could not dodge and was instantly crushed into a blood mist. Such a scene caused everyone's face to change. Very strong. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. At this time, what he used was naturally the divination divine art. The broken mountain bell and the old forest appeared. Its attack power was astonishing. Bai Yu's face was completely gloomy. The Bai family came with a lot of people. All of them were in the airborne realm, but now 2 of them had been killed by Lin Tian. Together, Bai Yu said coldly. With a boom, behind Bai Yu, more than a dozen people of the Bai family pressed forward together, suppressing Lin Tian. There were a total of 15 people. All of them were in the 2nd tier of the airborne realm. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He stepped back and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Boom! A gray light flickered. A light realm rushed out from behind him. In it, a primitive mountain and an old forest appeared. There was also an astonishing beast roar. Seeing the scene, everyone's face suddenly changed, including the sect master of Wuji sect. Barren Heaven Realm? How is that possible? The sect master of Wuji sect cried out. I equals FIPS, LAS equals ADS, AS. Chapter 337. Gray light flickered as the desolate mountains manifested. The roars of demonic beasts rang out. Lin Tian seemed to be holding up an entire desolate world as a terrifying aura gushed out. With a PU sound, an expert from the Bai clan was smashed into pieces. The Wuji Peak Master was shocked. How is this possible? How can he use the barren heaven world? Not long ago, he fought Patsong with the barren demon physique and fought against the barren heaven world. He knew this kind of abhijna best. It was the Baron Demon Physique's Abijna. But now, Lin Tian used the same Baron Heaven World as the Baron Demon Physique. The Baron Heaven World flickered and shook the space. It was terrifying. What's going on? The Limitless Sect leader's eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Tian. At the same time, Myong Fong and the other peak masters were also shocked. Lin Tian used the Baron Demon Physique's Abijna. How can you have this kind of power? This is impossible. Bai Yu shouted. Bai Yu was at the side when Bai Ziki and Putsong fought. He also saw how Putsong's Baron Heaven World could fight against the Divine Roar Palace. Now that Lin Tian used this kind of power, Bai Yu couldn't believe it. The Baron Heaven World was the Baron Demon Physique's Abijna. It was the Abijna bestowed by the Baron Demon Physique. No matter how strong others were, they couldn't use it. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything. Facing the dozen strong cultivators from the Bai family, he wasn't afraid at all. He shook his hands, and the desolate mountain behind him pressed down. Don't underestimate us. Crush it. Suppress. The Bai family's cultivators all looked cold. They used the Abijna from the sutra and attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hands. The Baron Heaven World shook and gray light fell. Ah! A Bai family cultivator screamed. The light of the Abijna was destroyed and exploded under the desolate mountain. He died instantly. Poof! On the other side, another cultivator of the Bai clan was brushed by a ray of light from the Baron Heaven World and was torn to pieces. Lin Tianwei was shocked. He had seen the broken Baron Heaven World before. Now, it was created using the divination divine spell. It was basically just a form, not even a tenth of the original power of the Baron Heaven World. Even so, it easily crushed the 3 Genyu cultivators of the Bai clan. This made his heart skip a beat. This is the king's region of the King Physique? It was too terrifying, apart from the Celestial Venerate secret technique. What other means are there to block it? His heart palpitated slightly. However, it was only for a moment before he calmed down again. Raising his head to look ahead, his eyes became incomparably cold. Your Bai family looks down on this heaven realm. Do you really think you're invincible? You can kill whoever you want? He said coldly. With a single thought, the Baron Heaven World he had conjured using the divining divine technique trembled and descended once more. With a poof, another Bai family cultivator was crushed, directly exploding in the Baron Heaven realm. Since when did an ant like you have the right to criticize my Bai clan? Gather your power and break that Baron Heaven World. Kill. There were still 11 people from the Bai clan, and all of them had cold expressions. And Lin Tianling laughed. Facing the combined power of 11 people, he felt immense pressure, but he was still fearless. He waved his hands, and a sea of lightning rushed out behind him. Palaces appeared one after another and intertwined wantonly. Seeing this scene, the Limitless Sect Master and the others in the distance were shocked again. Many of the Bai clan's powerhouses widened their eyes as if they were looking at a legendary god. Divine Roar Palace. Our sacred son's innate ability. Damn it, you scoundrel. How could you? Everyone from the Bai clan was shocked and furious. Lin Tianling sneered, and his eyes were ruthless. He seemed a little cruel. Your Bai clan is high and mighty. I'm using your king's region of the Thunder God Physique to kill you. I wonder how you feel. Won't you feel honored? With a boom, the divine Roar Palace fell, and lightning covered all directions. The sky above the fallen celestial peak turned pitch black. Dense bolts of lightning fell, destroying everything in their path. Ah! Someone screamed and was crushed under the divine Roar Palace. Lin Tianling took a step forward, and the Baron Heaven World and divine Roar Palace pressed down on the 10 Bai clan cultivators. Demonic light and lightning fell at the same time. The 10 Bai clan cultivators displayed powerful abilities, but they couldn't stop the power of the two kings' regions at all. They were crushed. In the blink of an eye, another person was crushed and died under the divine Roar Palace. Damn it! 9 of the 15 were left, and they were shocked and furious. Lin Tianling's face was cold, and he waved his hands again. Countless demonic beasts rushed out from the barren heaven world above his head. At the same time, there was a clear shout. In the divine Roar Palace, a huge thunder shadow stood up and pulled out a sword. Kill, Lin Tianling said. The thunder shadow in the divine Roar Palace slashed down, cutting 3 people into pieces and turning them into a bloody mist. Then an endless amount of beasts roared. With the power to trample the sky, they drowned out the 2 by clan powerhouses and stomped them into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 15 by clan cultivators were left. What's going on? First the barren heaven world, then the divine Roar Palace. How can he do this? The Wuji Peak Master was shocked. What kind of demonic art did this bastard use? This is definitely not the real barren heaven world and divine Roar Palace. Muyan Feng clenched his fists. The Wuji Sect Master, an immortal ascension realm cultivator, also frowned and stared at Lin Tianling. This scene was simply too bizarre. On the top of the fallen immortal peak, more than 10 of his clan members were killed, and the murderous intent in Baiyu's eyes finally reached its peak. With a whoosh, Baiyu stepped out and slapped at Lin Tianling. A huge palm print appeared in the void, and it was misty. It was the secret art of the godly sutra, the godly palm. With a boom, the godly palm shook and the void twisted. The barren heaven world and divine Roar Palace both shook. Lin Tianling frowned and quickly retreated. This Baiyu was at the pinnacle of the Zephyr Plane and was far stronger than him. He felt a great threat. The barren heaven world and divine Roar Palace were full of cracks under the godly palm. Take him down, one of the last 4 by clan cultivators said. While Baiyu suppressed the barren heaven world and divine Roar Palace, the 4 of them rushed toward Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling's face was cold, and his hands moved again. This time, a hazy illusory sword appeared above his head. The light sword was a bit twisted and hard to form, but it exuded an unparalleled power as soon as it appeared. What is this? The Wuji Peak Master and the others were shocked. This twisted light sword made their hearts tremble. They felt that it was much more terrifying than the barren heaven world and divine Roar Palace. At the same time, Baiyu was also shocked. Retreat, Baiyu shouted. The expressions of the 4 people who were charging forward changed. They also felt the terror of this light sword, and they all retreated. It's too late, Lin Tianling said. With a thought, the illusory sword above his head swung down. This sword was the Jiuquan sword of an old drunkard that he had seen in the first celestial domain. It was said to be a broken divine weapon. Now he used the divination divine skill to create the Jiuquan sword's divine form, and its power was extremely terrifying. Poof, 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 poof. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people of the Bai clan were annihilated, and blood stained the surroundings. Baiyu's eyes immediately widened, full of anger. Damn it! With a boom, an extremely terrifying aura rushed out of Baiyu's body. He used the godly palm and pressed toward Lin Tianling. The Bai clan had followed him to clean up the uncertain factors, but now, except for him, everyone else was dead. Boom! The glowing palm caused the void to tremble. Lin Tianling naturally felt how terrifying Baiyu was, and quickly retreated. After all, Baiyu was an expert at the peak of the Zephyr Plane, far more powerful than the dozen by clan cultivators he had killed. They couldn't be compared at all. As he retreated, he waved his hands and activated the Jiuquan sword, the barren heaven world, and the divine Cry Palace at the same time. The 2 collided, and with a boom the space shook. Cough! Lin Tianling flew backward, blood gushing out of his mouth. He felt that his organs had cracked, and he felt intense pain. Bai Yu's face was cold, and he slapped toward Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling gritted his teeth and activated the barren heaven world. The divine cry palace and the Jiu Chuan soared again. Then he retreated again and rushed toward the old forest in the distance. Boom! The barren heaven world, the divine cry palace, and the Jiu Chuan sword were shocking. However, compared to Lin Tianling, Bai Yu was too terrifying. Although the divination divine skill was powerful, it couldn't stop the other party at all. You can't leave, Bai Yu said coldly. In the sky, the limitless sect master stared at Lin Tianling and frowned. The barren heaven world, the divine cry hall, and that illusory sword. Frowning, the patriarch of the limitless sect muttered to himself. He racked his brains, and after a dozen breaths of time his expression suddenly changed. Could it be that he found that Celestial venerates precious technique? Beside him, the peak master of the Wuji Peak and Muyang Feng heard the limitless sect master's voice and couldn't help but change their expressions. Is it the technique that was lost in my limitless immortal school? The divination divine skill is said to be able to simulate all things, and it can simulate all divine skills and precious weapons. It's impossible for him to be in the barren heaven world and the divine cry palace. Did he really find that paragon skill? The peak masters were all shocked. The Wuji Gate had been passed down for thousands of years. It had always been said that the divination divine skill was lost in the sect, but no one had ever found it. Now, this new disciple who had just joined the sect for a month had found the legendary battle saint technique? Stop him! I want him alive! The limitless sect master shouted. With that, the limitless sect master moved himself. In a flash, he rushed toward Lin Tian. When an immortal cultivator moved, the power was really terrifying. Lin Tian was so shocked that he felt a chill of death on his back. However, although he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. He didn't panic. After all, he had endured the pressure of a Wujin cultivator before. Rise! He gritted his teeth. With a clang, the fallen immortal peak shook. Dense flaming swords rushed up, and the four symbols seal formation flashed. In the blink of an eye, the flaming swords and the four symbols seal formation covered all directions, almost covering the entire fallen immortal peak. Not long ago, the 9 sects came to find trouble with him. The limitless sect master knew that he was not in the wrong, but he still didn't protect him. After that, he didn't pay any attention to the Wuji Gate. Moreover, after that, he used the formation control technique to bury dense martial fusion runes and solitary lock runes on the fallen immortal peak. There was also the sun-incinerating sword chi and the four symbols seal formation. Now, all the martial fusion runes appeared together and rushed out. With such a method, even Bai Yu, who was at the peak of the airborne realm, changed his expression. The Wuji Peak Master was also shocked. The limitless sect master's eyes were filled with treasure light. He slapped out with his palm and directly shattered everything. At the same time, this powerful existence in the immortal realm secretly transmitted his voice to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, don't resist. I'm suppressing you now, but I won't really kill you. I'll definitely protect you in the future. Seeing the technique Lin Tian used, the limitless sect master was sure that Lin Tian had found the divination divine technique. At this time, he wanted to keep Lin Tian in the Wuji Gate. Thank you, sect master, but there's no need. Lin Tian responded. His expression was cold. At this moment, he appeared on a round stone in the old forest. Chapter 338. The round rock was covered in dust, but as Lin Tian stepped onto it, the dust instantly dispersed, revealing veins that emitted a faint silver light that surrounded his entire body. He wanted to read, "A spatial teleportation platform?" Bai Yu's expression changed. The limitless sect master was also moved. He quickly said, "Lin Tian, stop. The Wuji Gate will definitely protect you." At this time, the limitless sect master did not have time to think about why the fallen immortal peak had a spatial teleportation platform. He only wanted to keep Lin Tian here. Lin Tian was extremely valuable now. Lin Tian's cold eyes swept across Baiyu, the limitless sect master, and the others. "Goodbye," he said coldly. He had passed through the space-time portal before, so he was naturally familiar with spatial teleportation. With a buzz, light flashed, and in the next moment his figure disappeared from the stone platform and the fallen immortal peak. Specks of dust floated in the air as the limitless sect master rushed to the side of the round rock. "The formation pattern is broken." The limitless sect master's expression was ugly. The round rock was intact, but more than half of the formation pattern on it was broken. It was obvious that it could no longer be used for spatial teleportation. "Why is there a spatial teleportation platform on this abandoned main peak of yours?" Baiyu roared in a low voice. As a powerhouse of the Bai family, although Baiyu's cultivation was not as high as the limitless sect master's, he did not take him seriously at all. At this time his expression was very ugly. He was ordered to lead a group of people to clean up Lin Tian, but the result was like this. Except for him, more than 10 people were killed, and Lin Tian escaped unscathed. The limitless sect master did not speak, but his eyes flickered with a strange light. "Sect master." A group of peak masters flew over. Staring at the broken teleportation formation pattern, they all frowned. "That bastard!" Muyangfeng's face was gloomy. Baiyu flicked his sleeves angrily and directly stepped into the void, heading towards the Bai family. He had to report Lin Tian's escape immediately. Endless darkness. The surrounding pressure was extremely strong, as if it was going to crush everything. Lin Tian was in the darkness and appeared to be very calm. This was not the first time he had traveled through a spatial fragment. Time passed. Lin Tian didn't know how much time had passed. Not long after, light appeared in front of them, and the darkness disappeared in an instant. "Where is this?" He looked around and found himself in a strange valley. The ground was full of 3-leaf clovers, and the spirit chi was very abundant. Looking up, there were quite a few strange stones in this valley. They were brownish-black in color and were about a zhang tall. Occasionally, when a breeze blew in, the 3 leaves would sway on their own. Lin Tian walked forward. Not long after, she saw the little civet cat, the white rabbit, and many familiar little fellows. It was very similar to the scene on the fallen immortal peak. "Ah!" A small fox cried softly, blinking its beautiful big eyes as it stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian crouched down, and the little guys in the valley immediately surrounded him. The little fox let out a soft cry again. Its appearance was almost the same as that of the little fox on the fallen immortal peak. It walked into the distance, and after walking a few feet away, it turned back to look at Lin Tian. It seemed to be hinting for Lin Tian to follow it. Lin Tian paused for a moment, but he didn't hesitate and followed it. Following the little fox, he soon arrived in front of a stone. The stone was very rough, but it gave him a very strange feeling. The 3-leaf clovers around the stone platform were denser, and the strangest thing was that the 3-leaf clovers here were black and white. This made Lin Tian feel a little strange. This was the first time he had seen 3-leaf clovers like this. The little fox let out another soft cry, staring at Lin Tian, and raised its little paw to point upward. Lin Tian looked up and saw a stone wall behind the stone. It was as rough as the stone platform. On the stone wall, a line of ancient words was engraved in the middle. It was grand and majestic, and Tao flowed around it. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Lin Tian read it subconsciously. After the ancient words, there were 2 seal scripts engraved. Tao benevolence. Beside his feet, the little fox turned into light, and sparkling starlight surrounded him. Lin Tian shuddered as he stood in front of the stone wall. All of a sudden, ancient drawings appeared in his sea of divine sense. It was a familiar mountain peak, and a hazy figure was in it, sitting cross-legged on a round stone. Around the round stone, there were countless little fellows jumping around, and they were not afraid of humans at all. Night and day alternated, and the stars moved. The hazy figure waved its hands, and behind it, a broken mountain appeared. An old forest stretched out horizontally, a big bell circled, and an ancient sword hung in the air. The starry sky condensed, and it was majestic and vast. Then, the hazy figure's eyes lit up and became deep. It casually swept the stone platform below it, and a formation pattern appeared, and it disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the hazy figure appeared in a valley. With a step, flowers bloomed everywhere, and withered trees came back to life. It sat down on a square stone. Then time flashed, and it seemed like 1,000 years had passed. Yin and yang intertwined around the hazy figure, and behind it, the broken mountain, the big bell, and the old forest appeared again. The sky suddenly changed color, and endless lightning appeared vaguely. Tao is Yin. Tao is Yang. Tao is benevolence. Tao is me. Tao gives birth to all things. With a boom, Lin Tian's divine sense shook, and all the images disappeared. His eyes flashed, and Lin Tian stared at the stone platform and stone wall in front of him with a face full of disbelief. Countless years ago, the hazy figure comprehended the Tao on the ordinary main peak, deduced Yin and Yang, and created the heavens divination divine technique. After 1,000 years, he stabilized his Tao fruit and entered the chaotic realm. Staring at the stone, Lin Tian was moved. That person is Celestial Venerable Daoren. I see the fallen celestial peak is the mountain where Celestial Venerable Daoren created the heavens divination divine technique in ancient times. During the process of creating the heavens divination divine technique, the Tao marks of the technique fell around the main peak and awakened in the future. The formation pattern on the round stone was also casually left by Celestial Venerable Daoren. I see, so that's how it is. Lin Tian was surprised. He finally understood why the heavens divination divine technique existed on the fallen celestial peak. He also finally understood why there was a space teleportation array in the old forest. Coincidence or fate? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Staring at the stone platform in front of him, Lin Tian paused for a moment before bowing deeply. Then he stepped onto the platform. Celestial Venerable Daoren was benevolent and had once sat on this stone platform for 1,000 years. If he could cultivate on this stone platform for a while, he would definitely gain unimaginable benefits. Lin Tian took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and activated the four extremities meridian. Wang. A faint light flickered and circled around his body. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Lin Tian repeated to himself. These were the words that Celestial Venerable Daoren left behind after he attained the Tao, and they were filled with endless mysteries. On one hand, they were in response to the heavens divination divine technique's principle of evolution. At the same time, Lin Tian felt that there was a more ultimate Tao meaning in these words. Even though it was difficult for him to comprehend it now, he believed that if he studied it over and over again, there would be unexpected results. After reading a book 100 times, its meaning would be revealed. He believed in these words. Wang. Faint silver light intertwined around his body. He recited the ancient words left by Celestial Venerable Daoren over and over again, and he felt a warm halo coming out of his body. Then his sea of consciousness began to expand at an astonishing speed. The sea of consciousness that was originally the size of a pond became as big as a river in the blink of an eye, and then it became as big as an ocean. Whoosh! At the same time, under the stone, the black and white clover swayed, and rays of strange light shot up into the sky. Black light and white light intertwined, encircling Lin Tian within. Time was boring, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news that the Bai family entered Wuji Gate to kill Lin Tian spread silently. Suddenly, many forces were shocked. What? The Bai family sent people to kill him. What's going on? Investigate. Didn't the eldest princess of the Bai family protect him that day? What's the meaning of this? Damn it. That day. Since he doesn't have the support of the Bai family, there's no need to worry about leaving Wuji Gate. Find him and suppress him. We must get the weapon control technique. We must repay the humiliation of that day. In the 9 major sects, voices sounded one after another. The alchemist family, the Shen family, Shen Hongyuan had temporarily returned to his family from the limitless immortal school, and was laughing loudly in a large hall. I originally thought that he had some sort of close relationship with the Bai family, and all the methods that I had prepared were put aside. But who would have thought that the Bai family would actually want to kill him? Just right, just right. After a pause, Shen Hong looked out of the window and ordered, passed down the order. No matter what, we must catch Lin Tian. This is a very important matter for the family. Wuji Gate, no matter what method we use, we must invite Lin Tian back. Remember, invite him back. No one is allowed to do anything. The Wuji sect master ordered. At the end of the east of the second heaven, the ancient Bai family, trash! You can't even handle such a small matter, and you even leaked the news. The 3 elders of the Bai family looked cold. Bai Yu knelt on one knee, not daring to say a word. However, this person is not ordinary to be able to create the Forsaken Heaven Realm and the Divine Cry Temple. It seems that the girl already knows. The marriage with that person from the Li family will determine whether the family can advance further. There must be no mistakes. One of the elders stared at Bai Yu and said, "Don't do anything on the surface. Secretly send the strong cultivators of the family to find this person. We must kill him." Yes. Bai Yu lowered his head and carefully left the hall. In the center of the Bai family, the aura of Yin surged and swept around. "You've gone too far." Bai Qiu's body was surrounded by a dark light. After hearing the news from the outside world, tears fell. "He is my only friend. He stood up for me twice, but you treat him like this. He has many secrets. Now that he has escaped from Wuji Gate, the outside world knows that the Bai family wants to kill him. They will target him even more. How do you expect him to survive in this heaven realm alone? How can I face him in the future? It has nothing to do with me." Baiziki stood at the side and silently watched as his younger sister raged. Bai Qiu walked out, surrounded by the aura of Yin. "Where are you going?" Baiziki blocked her way. "I want to go out and find him." "No. Move." Baiziki frowned. "You should know why the family wants to kill him. Stay here." Bai Qiu cried, "Brother." Baiziki sighed. Seeing his sister cry, his heart softened. "Don't worry. He can block my divine Cry Temple. He won't die so easily." A light breeze blew in the valley. Buzz! On the stone platform, Lin Tian forgot everything. His entire body was surrounded by black and white light. The black and white light entered his mind from his forehead and intertwined around the white lotus. Gradually, the pure white lotus began to change, faintly showing the color of black and white. P.S. Toothache. After taking the medicine, I'm so sleepy that I can't hold back my tears. Sorry, I'll only update once today. Then, I'll make up for it next weekend. Chapter 339. The valley was surrounded by light. In Lin Tian's sea of knowledge, the white lotus swayed as if there was a breeze blowing. In his sea of knowledge, black and white light intertwined around the lotus, causing the petals to gradually change color. Wong. The faint light swayed. On the white lotus, the black and white light formed a ring and gradually became one. Lin Tian closed his eyes. The light between his eyebrows shone brightly, and his sea of knowledge became wider. At this moment, the black and white light covered the entire valley. Then, strands of light gathered around Lin Tian, circling around the stone platform, and finally rushed into Lin Tian's sea of knowledge. At the same time, a part of it remained outside his body, forming the shape of a yin-yang fish. Lin Tian recited the words engraved by Lord Dowrin on the stone wall behind him. Although his eyes were closed, he felt that the whole world had become brighter. Following that, the black and white light in the valley became even more intense and blazing. In the blink of an eye, in Lin Tian's sea of knowledge, the originally pure white lotus gave birth to black and white. It really became stable. Negative yin and embrace yang, back yang and face yin. Lin Tian moved his hands. His whole person was immersed in the sea of knowledge. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, he forgot everything and just focused on cultivating the four extremity scriptures. The black and white light surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, he didn't eat, drink, sleep, or rest. However, there was no major problem. Instead, his essence, qi, and spirit were more vigorous, as if a flame had grown into a sea of fire. On this day, he finally opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. When he looked up, he found that the black and white clover around the stone platform had turned green. This made him a little surprised. Then he scanned his sea of knowledge and was surprised again. In these 7 days, his cultivation didn't change much, but his divine sense was more than 10 times stronger. His sea of knowledge was vast and boundless, almost comparable to a celestial reaching realm elite. At the same time, what surprised him the most was the lotus in his sea of consciousness. The originally pure white lotus was now black and white, and there was an astonishing aura lingering around it. Glancing around the stone platform, the black and white 3-leaf clover had turned pure white, and the white lotus in his sea of consciousness had turned black and white. It was as if the black and white light on the 3-leaf clover had fallen off, and then imprinted on his white lotus. Celestial Venerable Dowrin comprehended yin and yang back then and created the heavenly divine art. Is this black and white the light of yin and yang? Lin Tian was surprised. He scanned his sea of consciousness and saw that the white lotus had turned into the yin-yang twin lotus. Staring at these newly born lotus flowers, Lin Tian moved his mind. Instantly, white and black lotus flowers floated out, surrounded by black and white light, causing the space to faintly tremble. The tyrannical fluctuations were clearly at least 3 times stronger than the pure white lotus from before. Slightly surprised, Lin Tian hurriedly put it away. Next, his will moved again. He didn't form a seal, but the barren heaven world, divine roar hall, and Ju Chuan sword appeared behind him. Moreover, its power was even stronger than before. Very good. Lin Tian clenched his fists. In 7 days, his cultivation didn't change, but the white lotus in his sea of consciousness had turned into the yin-yang twin lotus, and its power had become stronger, and his comprehension of the heavenly divine art had improved by leaps and bounds in these 7 days. It was as if he had cultivated diligently for several years. Most importantly, he felt that he had comprehended a trace of the great Tao, the natural great Tao that gave birth to all things. This made Lin Tian the most surprised and excited. One had to know that comprehending the great Tao was something that only great Tao realm experts could do. Now he was only in the sea of consciousness, but he had already comprehended a trace of the natural great Tao and understood a trace of the truth that the great Tao gave birth to all things. This was really shocking, and it would be indescribably beneficial to his future growth. Standing up from the stone platform, Lin Tian leaped down. Turning around to look at the stone platform and stone wall behind him, Lin Tian bowed 90 degrees, solemnly bowing. This was left behind by Celestial Venerable Dowrin in the past. He could have his current achievements completely because of Celestial Venerable Doran's immortal fate. Raising his head and looking around, a glint flashed across his eyes. It was time to leave. Taking one last look at the stone wall, Lin Tian turned around and left. Not long after, he walked out of this valley and appeared in a primitive old forest. There were many demonic beasts in this old forest, but there weren't many that were powerful. Almost all of them were very weak, and the strongest was only at the 7th level. A few 7th-level demonic beasts came out to attack Lin Tian when they saw him. With a slap, they were smashed into a bloody mist. Passing through the old forest, Lin Tian quickly came to the main road. "Where is this? I'll find someone to ask," he muttered to himself. There were more than a dozen cultivators in front of him, and they didn't look weak. They seemed to be searching for something. He walked forward, looked at one of the yellow-robed men, and said, "Brother, may I know where this is?" There were many things that he didn't know about this second heaven. The yellow-robed man was about 30 years old, and he was in the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness. He said casually, "In the east of the second heaven, Daluo Mountain Forest, adjacent to Green Flame Immortal School, and at the end of it is the ancient by family." As he said this, the yellow-robed man stared at Lin Tian, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly took out a picture scroll from his chest. After looking at it, his expression changed again, and he was surprised and happy. "It's you? Lin Tian." "Who?" "Lin Tian." "Is it that Lin Tian who has the weapon control technique?" All around, a swarm of people looked over. Someone took out the picture scroll and looked at Lin Tian again. Suddenly they were shocked. A few days ago, the news that the Bai family went to Wuji Gate to suppress Lin Tian leaked out. Then, more rumors spread in an instant. Among them, Lin Tian's weapon control technique became something that everyone knew. Because not long ago in the ancient alchemist tomb, many cultivators had seen Lin Tian use the weapon control technique, and the news spread like wildfire. Many people were very jealous of this martial art that was known as the only martial art that surpassed divine powers. This martial art was not difficult to cultivate, and its attacking power was very strong. It was even recorded in ancient books that when this martial art was cultivated to the extreme, it could almost be compared to the most powerful celestial master's secret technique. As a result, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, after this, some people even drew Lin Tian's portrait and sold it everywhere, making a lot of money. Hand over the weapon control technique. Hand over the weapon control technique, and we'll pretend that we never saw you and let you go. Yes, more than 10 cultivators surrounded Lin Tian. Among these people, there were independent cultivators and sect disciples. All of them were extremely strong, and they were all Sea of Consciousness cultivators. Lin Tian frowned. "What's going on?" He looked at the yellow-robed man in front of him. "Cut the crap. We're asking you now. Hand over the weapon control technique, and we won't kill you," the yellow-robed man shouted. "The Bai family seems to want to kill you. You'd better hurry. Otherwise, if the Bai family finds you, you'll die without a complete corpse. That's right. Quickly hand over the weapon control technique to us." "Hand it over," the group of people shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he disappeared with a whoosh. The next moment he appeared in front of the yellow-robed man and grabbed his neck. "Speak, what's going on?" he said coldly. Since these people wanted to take his treasured technique, he naturally did not need to show mercy. Being grabbed by the neck by Lin Tian, the yellow-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he struggled with all his strength. "He's resisting." "Do it. Suppress him first." Around them, other people called out. Suddenly, more than 10 people all rushed forward. With a boom, the sword light and the tyrannical martial art directly covered the surroundings. Lin Tian grabbed the yellow-robed man's neck and twisted slightly. Immediately, his neck was shattered and he was killed on the spot. Looking around, he waved his right hand casually. Suddenly, a large amount of sword light appeared, and the light of flames distorted the surroundings, clanging. Pooh! 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 Blood exploded, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 people who rushed forward were all killed. It was also at this time that with a whoosh, a flame rushed into the sky and then exploded, revealing a flaming green color. 10 feet away, a young man was escaping into the distance. It was this young man who released the flame. Lin Tian glanced at the green flame in the sky, and his feet flashed. After 3 breaths, he blocked in front of the young man and kicked him to the ground. Speak, what's going on? You, pooh! A cold sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand and directly pierced the young man's arm. The young man was in pain and immediately screamed. With a clang, another long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Don't waste my patience. What's going on? Seeing the cold light of the long sword in Lin Tian's hand, the young man was terrified and immediately told him everything. Lin Tian frowned, and his hand holding the long sword tightened. Damn it! It was rare for him to curse, and he chopped off the young man's head. In just a few days he had become the enemy of the world. By family. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. All of this was due to the Bai family. Looking around, he moved and walked in a direction. Almost at the same time, in Green Flame Celestial Sect, an elder saw the green flame in the sky. That bastard appeared in the Daluo mountain forest. Immediately, an expert from Green Flame Celestial Sect flew out and rode the void. Not long after, the other large sects received the news. The alchemist Shen family, the ancient Bai family, and a few other large sects all moved out and headed for the Daluo mountain forest. In the Daluo mountain forest, Lin Tian looked around and casually walked in a direction. However, it did not take long for him to feel a powerful, true yuan fluctuation. Found him. Keep him alive. Suppress him first. In the distance, a dozen powerful cultivators rushed over. They were all disciples of Green Flame Celestial Sect, and all of them were at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Someone had found him so quickly. An upper-grade supreme treasure sword appeared in his hand, and he used the fourth sword of the 9 styles of the burning sun to slash open a flame tornado. Poof! 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 A bloody mist spread out, and the dozen cultivators at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea were instantly shredded into pieces. Such a terrifying sword might immediately cause the expressions of the few survivors to change greatly. Back off. You're not his match. A cold voice sounded. A white-robed man walked over from the void. He had a heroic appearance, and he was at the 3rd heaven of the Zephyr realm. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, True Martial Divine King. He's an old author with a good reputation. You can read it without worry. End of chapter. Chapter 340. The white-clad man's name was Mo Xiuyuan. The purplish-green saber in his hand shone brightly. It was a high-grade, supreme treasure. Senior brother Mo? He's one of the candidates for the next sect leader of the Green Flame Celestial Sect. He won. He'll definitely be able to suppress Lin Tian. Suppressing this person and obtaining the weapon-controlling art will be a great achievement. The next sect leader will most likely be Senior Brother Mo. The people of the Green Flame Celestial Sect discussed among themselves. Mo Xiuyuan walked in the air and soon arrived above Lin Tian. He looked down at Lin Tian indifferently. A person like you won't be willing to be captured without a fight. Let's see how many of my moves you can block, Mo Xiuyuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Xiuyuan made his move. A blinding energy saber shot out. The energy saber was about 3 meters long. There was a long tail of light behind it. It looked like a comet. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slapped out with a palm, shattering the saber light. The Green Flame Celestial Sect is stealing my treasured art in public. Aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you? He said. The world? Right now, all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm are looking for you. They want to compete for the weapon-controlling art. Mo Xiuyuan said expressionlessly, treasured arts belong to those who are capable. A small cultivator like you isn't qualified to master such a grand art. Lin Tian sneered. You sound superior when you say something as despicable as stealing someone's treasured art. That's the truth. With your current strength, how can you master such a grand art? Mo Xiuyuan said coldly. Strength? Lin Tian stood where he was. He was not in a hurry. He said calmly, What kind of strength do you think I need to master such a grand art? Mo Shiyuan stepped down and landed on the ground. You need to be at least at my level. At your level. Lin Tian stared at him. Are you saying that you're very powerful now? More powerful than you? Mo Shiyuan said. Mo Shiyuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, another energy saber slashed out. This time, it was 3 times stronger than the previous one. It slashed toward Lin Tian's legs. Obviously, Mo Shiyuan wanted to cut off Lin Tian's legs and take him away to get the precious technique from Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his right hand and grabbed the energy saber before shattering it. How is this possible? Our Green Flame Celestial Sect's strongest martial skill, the Green Flame Saber skill, was crushed by his bare hands. This, not far away, the people from Green Flame Immortal School were shocked. Mo Shiyuan stared at Lin Tian. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, but his expression became even colder. You are indeed very strong to be able to escape from Wuji Gate. It seems that normal martial arts techniques can't hurt you. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura outside Mo Shiyuan's body changed. He directly propped up more than 10 flame wheels, causing the surrounding air to distort. Azure Flame Divine Wheel. One of the 10 great divine abilities of my Green Flame Immortal School. Senior brother Mo has already cultivated this divine ability to a lesser extent. He actually used it on that person. Many disciples from Green Flame Immortal School were shocked. Mo Shiyuan said, "Show me your weapon control technique. Let me see how powerful the legendary martial skill that surpasses divine abilities is." With a loud bang, dozens of flaming wheels trembled and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. A desolate mountain rushed out from behind him. Demon beasts roared and swallowed the flame wheels. This is that demon's territory, the barren heaven realm. How can he be in the barren heaven realm? Could it be the barren demon body too? But isn't that a physique that only demons have? Seeing the barren heaven realm, everyone's expression changed. Even Mo Shiyuan was shocked. How can you know the barren demon body's innate divine ability? Not long ago, Patsang, the barren demon body, had challenged everyone below the immortal ascension realm in the top 10 sections. He had displayed the barren heaven realm in all the sections. Mo Shiyuan and the other disciples from Green Flame Immortal School naturally knew about the barren heaven realm. Their expressions all changed. Suppress. Lin Tian. With a thought, the barren heaven realm pressed down from the sky, covering Mo Shiyuan. Damn it! Burn it clean! Mo Shiyuan shouted. The green flame divine will shut up and burn the space. It was going to break through the barren heaven realm. However, the barren heaven realm that Lin Tian created with the divination divine art was very scary. After meditating in the valley for 7 days, his understanding of the divination divine art had reached a small success. Now that he created the barren heaven realm, it had 50% of the power of the barren heaven realm. Ka! With a crisp sound, the green flame divine wheel was directly shattered. Mo Shiyuan was sent flying on the spot as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian stepped forward and looked down at Mo Shiyuan. Is this power stronger than yours? Is it qualified to control the Paragon technique? Mo Shiyuan's expression turned cold and dark. You, ridiculous. With a cold snort, the barren heaven realm pressed down mercilessly. Senior brother Mo, damn it. Stop. The people from the Green Flame Celestial Sect shouted. Some of them rushed forward. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He waved the superior grade sword in his right hand and slashed out the 5th, sort of the 9 stances of the burning sun. Poof, poof, poof. In the blink of an eye, everyone who rushed forward was killed. At this time, the barren heaven realm was already above Mo Shiyuan's head. The terrifying pressure distorted the space. Green flame divine wheel. Mo Shuyuan roared. This time, he used the upper-grade Supreme Treasure Saber to vibrate the divine power. A giant divine will rushed up and forcefully blasted away the forsaken heaven world that Lin Tian had conjured using the divining divine technique. Then, the green flame divine will behind him became even more powerful and terrifying. The wheel spun and interweaved endless flaming blades, slashing the space. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Not bad. You're much stronger than the dozen second sky, plane, cultivators from the Bai family. No wonder you're one of the candidates for the next sect master of the Green Flame Celestial Sect. You're indeed very strong. If I hadn't meditated for the past 7 days, it might have been difficult to defeat you. I might not even be your match. But now..." As he finished, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. A sea of lightning rushed up behind him, and an illusory sword appeared above his head. Divine Roar Palace. 9-spring sword. Boom! As soon as the 2 divine elephants appeared, shocking ripples spread out. Mo Shuyuan's expression changed. "You suppress," Lin Tian said. With a crack, Mo Shuyuan's green flame divine wheel was shattered. Then he activated the 3 divine elephants and pressed them down on Mo Shuyuan flew away. Half of his body was split open, but he didn't die immediately. This surprised Lin Tian. He took the barren heaven realm, divine roar palace, and 9 springs sword head-on and didn't die immediately. "You're very strong. Unfortunately, you have no future." His expression was cold. Blood gushed out of Mo Shuyuan's mouth. The arrogance on his face disappeared. Fear appeared in his eyes. Stop, not possible." The barren heaven realm pressed down mercilessly and turned Mo Shuyuan into a bloody mist. After killing Mo Shuyuan, Lin Tian put away the barren heaven realm, divine roar palace, and 9-spring sword. His expression was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Not long ago, he meditated in Heavenly Lord Doran's enlightenment place for 7 days. Although his cultivation didn't change much, his combat power was much stronger. Killing Mo Shuyuan, who was in the 3rd level of the Zephyr realm, was nothing. At this moment, many tyrannical true essence fluctuations surged from extremely far away, causing his expression to change slightly. News sure travels fast. His expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he stepped on the Yin and Yang Hua and disappeared into the Daluo forest. Not long after he left, a large group of cultivators arrived. Among them were cultivators from the 10 major sections. Seeing the corpses and bloody mist on the ground, many people's expressions changed. These corpses seemed to be from the Green Flame Celestial Sect. Could they all be killed by Lin Tian? I heard that Mo Shuyuan from the Green Flame Celestial Sect came personally. Why don't I see him? Could he be dead too? That's impossible. Mo Shuyuan is very powerful. He must have gone to chase after Lin Tian. Many people discussed. Some cultivators scanned the surroundings and used their divine sense to capture the true essence fluctuations in the air. Then they quickly chased in a direction. "Follow him," someone said. In an instant, the densely packed cultivators rushed down in one direction. Lin Tian shuttled through the Daluo forest. His steps were fast, and he soon crossed the Daluo forest and appeared on the other side. Clang! A sword light slashed from the front, almost splitting the void. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved 3 feet to the side and dodged the sword light. "Good spiritual sense," a voice rang out. 10 feet away stood 9 middle-aged men. Each of them emitted an extremely powerful aura as if they had been guarding this place. "Who is it?" Lin Tian Ondao. The aura of these 9 people was very powerful. They were much stronger than Mo Shuyuan. "The person who will kill you," one of them said. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, this person charged forward. Powerful fluctuations swept out. Behind this person, a mist of light rushed out, and a large amount of sword light rushed out. Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately sensed a familiar aura, and his face turned cold. Divine Sutra? By family. His eyes were cold. The middle-aged man who charged over had cold eyes. He directly used the Divine Sutra palm and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lord Baiyu said that this person's physical body is extremely strong, and he can summon the Forsaken Heaven Realm and Divine Cry Palace. We must be careful. The 3 patriarchs mean to kill him as soon as possible. Together, the other 8 said. Suddenly, the 8 middle-aged men rushed out together. All of them used the Divine Sutra, and the powerful force shook the surrounding space. These 9 people were all at the 3rd tier of the Zephyr Realm. They had cultivated for decades, and their combat strength and battle experience were very shocking. Lin Tian put away the treasure sword in his hand, and his face became extremely cold. I'll kill you all. It could be said that 99% of the credit was due to the Bai family that he had fallen to this point and was targeted by everyone in the world. With a shake of his right hand, he directly condensed the 4 symbols Tao diagram and faced the middle-aged man who rushed over first. In an instant, it covered the other party's Divine Sutra palm and swallowed all the vital essence, fluctuations in the sky. The Divine Sutra palm that annihilated my clan? This person's expression changed. What kind of technique is this? The technique to kill you. Lin Tian said coldly. The yin and yang liang spread out, and a long sword appeared in his hand again. He instantly went behind this person and stabbed the sword behind him. With a poof, blood splattered. The long sword came out of the person's chest and directly pierced through his heart. Chapter 341. Blood splattered in the air, making the other 8 people's expressions change. Arg! The middle-aged man who had his heart pierced roared. With a boom, a violent aura rushed out of the man's body, attacking Lin Tian from behind. Lin Tian pulled out his sword and quickly retreated. Airborne Realm cultivators are tough indeed. You didn't die right away after having your heart pierced. He stared at the man with a cold face and continued, But how long do you think you can live like this? The middle-aged man glared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of flames. With a roar, the middle-aged man charged at Lin Tian, casting the Divine Sutra. Light shrouded Lin Tian's surroundings. Lin Tianling snorted and flicked his finger. The 4 symbols diagram flew out quickly, devouring the light of the middle-aged man's spell. Immediately after, he cast the 6th move of the 9 moves of the burning sun and slashed it. With a clang, the sword light clanged and flames filled the sky, passing through the gap opened by the 4 symbols diagram. PFFTT. Blood splattered. The middle-aged man's throat was pierced, and his body was drowned in flames. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The other 8 people who came from afar were all furious. Be asterisk starred. Someone roared and attacked with a sword. Lin Tian retreated. With a shake of his sword, he cast the 7th move of the burning sun. The clanging sound was very ear-piercing. A fiery sword fell from the sky, as if it was going to split the sky open. You think you're worthy of being angry. Lin Tianling smirked. With another shake of his sword, he cast the 8th move of the 9 moves of the burning sun. An old drunkard had personally practiced this sword technique for him. Now that his cultivation was high enough, he could easily cast it. The 8th move shook. The astonishing fiery sword pressed down, causing the 8 airborne realm cultivators' expressions to change slightly. However, the 8 of them were still powerful ones from ancient clans. One of them cast a spell and directly destroyed the sword. Let's go together. Kill him quickly. One of them said. The 8 of them nodded and used all of their methods to meet Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated swiftly. He showed no fear when facing the 8 Imperial Flight cultivators. He used divining divine spells to prop up the barren heaven realm. As soon as the barren heaven world appeared, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. The barren heaven realm with the barren demon body? What Lord by you said is true. He actually really knows such a method. Be careful of this thing. This is the king's region of the king physique. Its power is unfathomable. Let's gather our strength together. We must not be careless. The expressions of the 8 people changed. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He activated the barren heaven world and suppressed the 8 people together. Rise! Someone among the 8 shouted. It had to be said that these 8 people were indeed powerful. The barren heaven realm was ineffective against them, and they were bounced back. Then the 8 of them drew out their precious weapons, swords, sabers, hammers, and halberds, and attacked Lin Tian mercilessly. Lin Tian waved his hands and formed a seal in front of his chest. Behind him, a broken mountain, a large bell, and an old forest flew out. There was also a 3-colored grass ocean surrounded by black and white light that pressed down on the 8 people. Boom! The power of this attack could be said to be majestic. Several types of divine elephants of heaven gathered together and directly forced all 8 of them to retreat. One of them spat out blood and almost let go of the precious weapon in his hand. Lin Tian stared at this person. He activated the Yin and Yang Tao and approached like a ghost. His speed was shocking. The Bai family cultivator's expression changed. He quickly retreated and threw the precious weapon in his hand at Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved like an afterimage. He punched the precious weapon away and approached in the blink of an eye. You die! Boom! With a sound, the bell, the barren heaven world, the broken mountain, the vast forest, and all the divine elephants fell together. Unsurprisingly, when this Bai family expert exploded back then, there was no way he could have survived so many divine elephants. Damn it! Someone was furious. He used the Bai family's divine void puppet and rushed towards Lin Tian. You can't compete in speed, Lin Tianling said. The Yin and Yang Tao flashed. He appeared in front of this person in the blink of an eye and threw a punch. The Bai family cultivator threw a punch at Lin Tian. The 2 fists collided. The man screamed as his iron fist was completely shattered. Lin Tianling snorted. He grabbed the man's neck and punched through his chest with the Nirvana fist. Another person killed. There were still 6 people left. At this moment, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. How is this possible? One of them paled. Using his divine sense, he found that Lin Tian was only in the 8th level of the sea of consciousness, for levels lower than them. However, his battle prowess was so strong that he was able to kill 3 of them in such a short time. Does he also have the qualifications to be the sovereign of his generation? Another person muttered to himself. At this moment, a powerful wave spread. Lin Tian stepped forward and closed in on the 6 people. His attitude immediately made the 6 people's faces turn cold. You dare to act like this in front of the Bai family. You are the first in thousands of years, the leader said. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He swung his sword and said, Bai family? Your Bai family is only a top force in the 2nd heaven. Do you really think you are invincible? His eyes were extremely cold as he walked towards the 6 people. I was just a little closer to your miss, and your Bai family wants to kill me. You are really overbearing. It's not up to you to tell my Bai family what to do. How can anyone get close to the Miss's precious body? Where is the dignity of the Bai family? You can only blame your ignorance, the 6 people said coldly. Lin Tian shook his head. I talk too much nonsense. Why waste my breath on you? He stared at the 6 people indifferently and walked towards them step by step. Just kill them. Clang! The sound of swords rang out. He approached in an instant, and the divine elephants pressed down together. Suddenly, the 7 people fought together, using their martial arts and abhijna and dharma treasures. Above Lin Tian's head, the divine roar hall appeared after the barren heaven world. Boom, boom, boom. The sky suddenly turned dark. Bolts of lightning fell, striking in all directions. Divine Roar Hall? Damn it! The 6 people were furious. Lin Tian moved his hands, and his black hair danced. The Jiuquan sword rushed out from his head. Once the Jiuquan sword appeared, a wave stronger than the barren heaven worlds, and the divine roar halls spread out. The 6 people's expressions changed. Lin Tian moved his mind, and several divine elephants pressed down together. Poof! The divine elephants were powerful. The leader exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the last 5 people. He urged several divine elephants to press down again. Compared to when he was at the fallen celestial peak, his cultivation had not changed at all. However, after meditating for 7 days at the place where Lord Daorin comprehended the way for 1,000 years, his understanding and comprehension of the divine art had reached a small level. When he used the divine art, he could now fight across 5 levels. At most, he could kill strong people in the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. The 5 people of the Bai clan roared and used their abhijna to meet Lin Tian. Found him. Over there. There was a loud shout in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a dense crowd of cultivators rushed over. There were more than 100 people. Most of them were cultivators in the Sea of Consciousness realm. There were also some young talents in the airborne realm from the 10 major sections. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The highest level is the 3rd heaven of the Zephyr realm. In the blink of an eye, the crowd surrounded Lin Tian. The 5 people from the Bai clan stopped. Their eyes narrowed as they scanned their surroundings. Lin Tian stood where he was and looked around. In the void, a young man in purple looked at the 5 middle-aged men. His expression changed slightly. Are you the seniors of the Bai clan? The 5 middle-aged men of the Bai clan frowned and stared at the young man in purple. The purple-clothed young man knew that he had guessed correctly. He quickly descended from the sky and bowed. He said, "Greetings to the 5 seniors. This brat once killed the junior brothers of the 9 great sections. I was ordered to suppress him and offer him as a blood sacrifice to my junior brothers. Can we kill him together? After we suppress him and offer him as a blood sacrifice to my junior brothers, we will definitely hand him over to the 5 seniors." The young man in purple was very handsome. He was a candidate to be the next leader of the Tsinghua Taoism. "Seniors, please allow us to do so." Someone else spoke. It was a young man in black. He was a candidate to be the next leader of the Beihing sect. At the same time, there were 6 other young men in the void. They were all about 25 years old. All of them were very strong. They were the most outstanding powerhouses of the other 6 major sections. They were all candidates to be the next leaders of their respective sections. The 8 of them gathered together and bowed to the 5 people of the Bai clan. The eyes of the 5 people of the Bai clan flickered. After a while, one of them nodded and said, "Yes." The 5 of them were here to kill Lin Tian. Now that they had so many people to help them, they would not refuse. When these people worked together to suppress Lin Tian, the 5 of them would directly kill him. They would not let these people take Lin Tian away. "Thank you, seniors." The 8 of them bowed again. Then the group of people turned their heads and stared at Lin Tian together. They closed in on him. Lin Tian looked indifferent as he looked at these people. "You are discussing how to deal with me in front of me. You are discussing my ending. Do you think I am a piece of meat?" He stared at the group of people. The handsome young man of the Tsinghua Taoism smiled faintly. "We are surrounded by the 5 seniors of the Bai clan. Do you think you can escape? Obediently accept your punishment and suffer less physical pain." The young man in black from the Beihing sect said coldly. The group of people slowly closed in on Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood where he was. He was surrounded by more than 100 people, but his expression did not change at all. He said, "If you all die here, your sects and families will be heartbroken. After all, you are not weak." Hearing those words, many people burst into laughter. "How dare you talk nonsense when you are about to die? Don't talk nonsense with him. Suppress him." The young man in purple and the others gave the order and attacked. Immediately, all the people of the large sects rushed forward. At the same time, the 5 people of the Bai clan followed and attacked Lin Tian with powerful sword techniques. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In the barren heaven world, the divine roar palace, the Juchuan sword, and the other divine elephants were put away. Then, in the next moment, his glabella shone brightly. A sea of yin-yang lotuses floated out and hovered around him, surrounding him. Thousands of lotuses swayed. They were black and white, mysterious and magical. "Kill!" He coldly spat out a single word. In an instant, a cold wind blew. The sea of yin-yang lotuses shook. Lotus petals slashed in all directions like a rain of swords. "What is this?" "Be careful. Use your precious weapons to cut it open." "What is going on?" "Precious weapons are useless. Not even martial arts techniques." "Ah." The yin-yang twin lotus swept past, and nothing could stop it. Those who were brushed by the lotus petals all fell to the ground with a miserable howl, their bodies twitching. Moreover, these people's bodies turned black and white, and then they directly exploded with ear-piercing screams. End of chapter. Chapter 342. Everything was divided into yin and yang. When yin and yang merged and harmonized perfectly, they could become great weapons with endless benefits. However, if yin and yang were out of balance, the harm would be endless. Lin Tian meditated in Celestial Lord Doran's place of enlightenment for 7 days. The yin and yang aura of the yin-yang clover under the stone platform entered his sea of consciousness and merged with the white lotus in his sea of consciousness, forming the yin-yang twin lotus. Now he could control the yin and yang aura of the yin-yang twin lotus and inject it into the enemy's body to make them lose balance. It was a terrifying killing weapon. Walala! Beside Lin Tian, the sea of lotuses swayed, and the black and white colors shone brightly. As he moved his mind, the sea of lotuses shook and more lotus petals floated out, completely covering the space within a radius of dozens of feet. Ah! The cultivators of the sea of consciousness of several large sects exploded one after another, and their blood stained the ground. The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism was shocked. "Be careful!" The man shouted. A supreme sword appeared in his hand. The man used the divine power of the Tsinghua Taoism and slashed forward. Unfortunately, the sea of yin and yang lotuses was not obstructed at all. They directly pressed forward, and lotus petals rushed into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the young man of the Tsinghua Taoism screamed and fell from the sky with a bang. "Open!" The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism shouted. It had to be said that this person was indeed very powerful. He did not explode like the other cultivators of the sea of consciousness after the lotus petals entered his body and endured it. However, at this moment, Lin Tian flashed over. "You!" The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. "Can you kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched down. The young man of the Tsinghua Taoism raised the supreme sword in his hand and pressed it down. With a crack, it was smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Tian's fist landed directly on his chest, directly shattering him into pieces. "Fellow Taoist from the Purple Light sect. Damn it! What the hell is this?" The cultivators of the other large sects were all shocked. Lin Tian's face emotionless, and he looked around. Buzz! The yin-yang lotus, sea, moved according to his will, forming dozens of short swords that slashed in all directions. The short sword was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than ordinary lotus petals. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into the body of the descendant of the great northern sect. Ah! The man screamed in agony as he struggled madly. His body was instantly entangled by the black and white streams of energy. In the next moment, this person exploded on the spot with a poof. Seeing two people being killed in a row, the other Zephyr Flight powerhouses of the other great sects were all frightened, and their faces were filled with fear. How could a cultivator at the eighth heaven of the Sea of Consciousness be so powerful? He was actually able to kill an enemy who was 4 minor realms above him. Buzz! All of a sudden, divine light appeared in the distant sky, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The 5 members of the Bai clan worked together and activated a divine ring. The divine ring enveloped the surroundings and pressed down on Lin Tian. Under the void god ring, everything will be suppressed. The 5 of them shouted. Lin Tian raised his head, his eyes indifferent. Is that so? His eyes were cold as he raised his right hand. The first layer of the 4 symbols seal condensed and moved forward. With a whoosh, the void god rings of the 5 members of the Bai clan disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? This is one of the core secret arts of the Bai clan. How could it be broken so easily? Damn it, what the hell is that? The 5 of them were shocked. Lin Tian moved his feet and arrived with the Yin Yang Lotus Sea, pressing down on the 5 of them. I have nothing to say to you, he said coldly. With a thought, the 4 symbols Tao diagram flew out, and the Yin Yang Lotus Sea pressed down. With a poof, another member of the Bai clan exploded. It was difficult for him to resist. At the same time, screams continued in all directions. Black and white lotus petals floated in the air like snowflakes. Although they were of different colors, they covered every corner. In the face of such yin-yang lotus petals, how could ordinary cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness resist? They could not even block a single lotus petal. Those who were grazed by it would directly shatter into pieces and die tragically. Lin Tian moved with the yin-yang lotus, dodging the killing light in the sky, and approached another member of the Bai clan again. You, Clang! The yin-yang lotus, sea, condensed a long sword that was about 1 inch long and pierced through the person's glabella. Ah! The person screamed, and a black and white yin-yang chi appeared around his body. He rolled on the ground and struggled frantically. A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he directly cut off the person's head. His eyes were indifferent as he glanced at the last 3 people of the Bai family and the outstanding experts of the other great sections. Speaking of which, the Bai family sent experts to kill me because I was too close to their princess. You great sects want to steal the weapon control technique. Good. I'll let you see it before you die. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonorous sound was heard. 10 precious swords and more than 10 precious swords appeared around him at the same time. It's that kind of weapon controlling technique. It's from a higher heaven region. Seeing this scene, many people were moved. However, their expressions soon changed because dozens of treasured swords trembled and slashed wildly in all directions. Ah! Miserable screams sounded, and it was particularly ear-piercing. For the ordinary disciples of the great sects, this was undoubtedly a feast of death. First, it was the yin-yang lotus sea, and then it was the weapon control grand technique. Apart from a few flying experts who had the strength to resist, the others were simply no match for it. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered and flowed to the ground. In just a few dozen breaths, more than 100 cultivators of the 10 sects were killed. It's too cruel. You actually killed all of them, the expert of the Xingu Taoism said. Cruel? Lin Tian tilted his head. Are you qualified to say that? With a clang, dozens of swords rushed out together with the yin-yang lotus swords and arrived in front of the person in an instant. You, puff! Blood exploded, and the person of the Xingu Taoism died tragically. Such a bloody scene immediately made the other 5 people and the last 3 members of the Bai clan tremble in fear. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, they only felt that he was simply a demon. What's wrong? One side wants to kill me, and the other side wants to seize the treasured technique. Why did both of you stop? Lin Tianling said, the 3 members of the Bai clan and the successors of the other great sects all had ashen faces, and they looked a little ugly. Since you guys aren't moving, I'll do it. Lin Tiandao. The brilliance between his brows shone brightly, and the yin-yang lotus sea merged, directly pressing towards the last 5 airborne realm experts of the great sections. With a boom, black and white light surged, like a black and white sea rolling with terrifying power. At the same time, there were dozens of large swords in the lotus sea, and they rang loudly. Puff! 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 There was no doubt that the power of the yin-yang lotus sea was boundless, and it was almost comparable to the complete king's territory divine ability. How could these ordinary cultivators of the great sects resist it? In the blink of an eye, 3 more people were killed and blood stained the sky. In the blink of an eye, only the disciples of the 2 great sects and the 2 middle-aged men of the Bai clan were left. The young powerhouse of the Xianyang sect took a step back and directly fled into the distance. Then, the successor of the Kangluo immortal sect didn't stay any longer and quickly flew into the sky and fled into the distance. Lin Tian was really too strong, and the means of control made their hearts palpitate. There was no way they could resist at all. Now, they were just thinking about how to survive. Lin Tianling smiled, and the yin-yang twin, Lotus, condensed 2 cold swords and instantly attacked. Ah! 2 screams sounded as the 2 young men fell from the sky at the same time, letting out shrill screams. The yin-yang twin Lotus entered their consciousness, causing them to suffer unimaginable injuries, and they couldn't help but roll on the ground. Lin Tian waved his hand emotionlessly, and the 2 long swords arrived and cut off the heads of the 2 men. You guys are the only ones left. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the last 3 people of the Bai clan, stepping forward step by step. Facing Lin Tian's cold eyes, the 3 people of the Bai clan trembled slightly and couldn't help but retreat. The ancient Bai clan looked down on the 2nd heavenly domain. As members of the Bai clan, and as powerhouses of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, why are you afraid when facing a small cultivator of the spiritual sea realm like me? Lin Tiandao. Such words immediately made the faces of the 3 people of the Bai clan turn pale. Lin Tian, don't be so smug. We're just a side branch of the clan, and we've only cultivated some of the spells in the scripture of the gods. When the true powerhouse of our clan appears, you'll only be killed. One of them said coldly, Is that so? I'll wait. Lin Tian was expressionless. He had nothing to say to these 3 people. They came to kill him, and he could only raise his sword to meet them. Boom! The yin-yang lotus sea rushed out, and the barren heaven world, divine cry palace, and 9-fist sword appeared together, pressing forward. After about half an hour, the place became quiet. The last 3 people of the Bai clan were killed. Lin Tian glanced at the surroundings, put away some useful artifacts and supreme treasures, and then left the place. Not long after, someone found the Daliao mountain forest and came to find Lin Tian, but all they saw was a ground full of corpses. These seemed to be the powerhouses of the top 10 sects, and even the candidates for the next hierarch of each sect. The middle-aged man over there seems to be someone from the Bai clan. Many people were shocked. In this place, the ground was soaked in blood, and the corpses were all over the place. It was a shocking sight. A female cultivator saw this scene, and her face turned pale. She couldn't help but hold on to an old tree and retch. Soon, the news spread as if it had grown wings, shocking many major forces. The major sects were shocked and angry. Many of their outstanding disciples had been killed, and each of them had lost a candidate for the next hierarch. These were the future pillars of their sects, but now they were killed just like that. There's no need to send more disciples. Let those above the 5th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm do it. an elder of a major sect, said coldly. At the same time, Baiyu was furious. He personally sent more powerhouses of his clan to kill Lin Tian. After leaving the previous battlefield, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang rock and moved at an extremely fast speed. I must quickly enter the 9th level of the Sea of Consciousness and rely on the Zephyr Pill to reach the Zephyr Realm. Otherwise, I can advance to the 6th level of Array Manipulator and learn the method of engraving killing arrays in the void and on the ground. Lin Tian said to himself. He was too dangerous now. It seemed that he killed them easily before, but in fact, every time he attacked, he used all his strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill more than a dozen powerhouses at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Zephyr Realm so easily. Moreover, these people were just small fries. If he encountered a real powerhouse, such as Baiziki and Petsong, or people at the peak of the Zephyr Realm like Baiyu and Myongfeng, he couldn't stop them at all. No, even if he was facing a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer of the Zephyr Realm, he wouldn't be able to resist. Only by entering the Zephyr Realm can I barely have the capital to travel the world alone. He thought to himself. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but his speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed hundreds of feet. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe appeared in front of him. His whole body was surrounded by an astonishing pill chi. Even his pupils had pill-shaped flames, giving people a creepy feeling. Young friend Lin Tian, can you come with me for a talk? Chapter 343. Staring at the middle-aged man, Lin Tian became vigilant. This person was very scary. He was estimated to be at the 7th layer of the Zephyr Realm. Please search Tastebook Yennet to see the most complete novels someone from the Shun family, he said in a deep voice. Blocking in front of him and possessing the aura of elixir, the biggest possibility he could think of was the alchemist Shin family. Sure enough, the middle-aged man nodded, confirming his guess. Shen Hongyuan originally prepared many means and sent many family experts to search for Lin Tian and capture Lin Tian. However, after hearing that Lin Tian killed more than a dozen third-layer experts of the Zephyr Realm, he immediately recalled ordinary family experts and reported to the elders of the family. So, the middle-aged man in green appeared here. I wonder if you can visit my Shen family? The middle-aged man in green said. Lin Tian's heart moved slightly. Visit? Just a visit? How could it be so simple? If he went to visit an alchemist family, he would die without knowing how. He knew very well why the middle-aged man in green in front of him came. Sorry, I can't do it now. In a few days, I will definitely visit, he said. After that, he avoided the middle-aged man in green and walked to the left. With a swish, the middle-aged man in green flashed and blocked in front of him. Senior, what do you mean? Lin Tian frowned. The middle-aged man in green said without changing his expression, I heard that you have some small conflicts with the young people of my Shin family. As an elder of the Shin family, I want to mediate. At the same time, I also want to ask you about the method of alchemy. When the words method of alchemy were mentioned, the eyes of the middle-aged man in green clearly flashed with a touch of light. Lin Tiandao said, I only know a little. How can I be qualified to ask the senior of the alchemist family? Senior, you think too highly of me. Otherwise, my Shun family and the other 2 alchemist families don't have the method of flame seal. The azure-clothed middle-aged man stared at Lin Tian and said, according to legend, the flame transformation seal was created by one of the 9 great celestial venerables, the master apothecary, and it has long since been lost in the river of time. I really want to know, how did little friend Lin come to possess this lost Tao of alchemy treasured technique? I don't understand what Senior is talking about. I don't know that kind of thing. Lin Tiandao. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the other side. However, the middle-aged man in green blocked his path again. You won't. Let me give it a try. The green-robed middle-aged man raised his hand and conjured an alchemic flame. It burned so intensely that the space around it began to distort. Offensive alchemic flames can be divided into 7 levels. From low to high, their colors are yellow, purple, cyan, green, blue, red, and black. My Dan fire is at the 3rd level, and it is difficult for ordinary martial skills to extinguish it. The most effective method is the flame transformation seal, and this seal is said to be able to swallow all flames in the world. After saying that, the middle-aged man in the green robe showed no mercy. He urged the green alchemic fire to envelop Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. Feeling the scorching heat, she quickly retreated. Behind him, the barren heaven world, the divine roar palace, and the Ju Chuan sword all rushed forward. However, it was useless. This was because the middle-aged man's cultivation was very strong. He was at least 8 levels higher than Yi Fuqian. With a boom, the green alchemic fire closed in on Yi Fuqian in the blink of an eye. With his hands behind his back, the middle-aged man said, "With your current cultivation, you can only use the flame transformation seal to extinguish this move and help you resolve the crisis. Otherwise, this alchemic fire will burn you to ashes." Lin Tian cursed in his heart. Unable to dodge, he shook his right hand and directly condensed a mysterious rune. The rune flickered and absorbed the green alchemic fire that was burning in front of him. Then he directly threw the rune in front of him. With a boom, the green alchemic fire rushed out and turned into a sea of fire, enveloping the middle-aged man in green. After that, Yi Fuqian turned around and left quickly on the yin and yang liang. The middle-aged man smashed the alchemic fire in the sky with his palm. His eyes shone with divine light. It really is the flame transformation seal. Staring at Lin Tian, who was running away, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate and chased after him. When he heard Shen Hongyuan say that Lin Tian knew the lost art of alchemy, he didn't really believe it. That was why he came out to test it himself. Now that he saw that Lin Tian really knew the legendary flame transformation seal, how could he let Lin Tian leave? Since he knew the flame transformation seal, then it was very likely that he knew other lost alchemy arts. To the Shen family, Lin Tian was a divine treasure. The middle-aged man took a step forward and covered a distance of more than 10 feet. Lin Tian looked back and couldn't help but feel a chill. This middle-aged man was shockingly fast. His eyes turned cold, his footsteps flashed, and his speed suddenly increased. The yin and yang liang was divided into 9 levels. He had been cultivating and had broken through the 2nd level not long ago, reaching the 3rd level. Now, with the yin and yang liang on the 3rd level, his speed was comparable to that of an expert of the 7th level of the levitating realm. He wasn't much slower. In the blink of an eye, he pulled away from the middle-aged man in green. "Lin Tian." "Yes, it's that Lin Tian." "Stop him." A group of rogue cultivators appeared in front of him. There were more than 50 of them, and their cultivation ranged from the 5th level to the 9th level. With a boom, the group of people used their martial arts and slashed at Lin Tian. Not long ago, Lin Tian killed more than 10 experts of the airborne realm, which shocked many major forces and shocked many people. However, this didn't make too many people retreat because Lin Tian had mastered the weapon control technique. This temptation was too great. For this precious technique, even a few ordinary sea of consciousness cultivators would fearlessly come to fight for it. After all, although Lin Tian was powerful, he was only one person in the end. If a group of people worked together to kill him, there would always be hope for victory. "Kill!" Someone shouted and pressed forward. "Get lost!" A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He spread out the barren heaven realm and pressed forward. Puff! 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 Screams rang out, and it was especially mournful. These ordinary cultivators couldn't resist the barren heaven realm that Lin Tian summoned with the divination divine technique. More than half of them died on the spot. Among the dozens of rogue cultivators, those who were lucky enough to survive stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes suddenly showed extreme fear. How is this possible? One hit and... Staring at Lin Tian, These people couldn't help but retreat, and a bone-piercing chill ran down their spines. More than 50 people joined forces, and many of them were cultivators of the ninth heaven of the spiritual sea realm, but they couldn't even block one hit from Lin Tian. More than 30 people died directly. This difference shocked the dozen or so people who survived, and they were almost scared out of their wits. Lin Tian Lung glanced coldly at the dozen or so people. He didn't stay and directly fled into the distance. There were cultivators chasing behind him, and he didn't have time to pay attention to these small fries. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent attacked, and Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. Without much time to think, he stepped on the yin and yang rock and quickly moved 30 feet away. Crack! A blade light flew over, cutting an old tree into pieces not far away. 30 feet away, Lin Tian had just landed when a chill ran down his spine again, as if a ghost was attacking him from behind. Without much time to think, he directly activated the barren heaven realm and pressed it behind him. Good spiritual sense. Not far away, a middle-aged man in a long robe appeared, staring coldly at Lin Tian. Shingodaoism. Lin Tian Lung's face darkened. He recognized this man. He was one of the 10 people who went to Wuji Gate to make trouble for him, an elder of the Shingodaoism. The Shingodaoism elder's eyes were cold. Without a word, he slapped at Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated, pressed down with the barren heaven realm, and fled into the distance again. This Shingodaoism elder was very powerful. He was far from being a match for him. If he faced him head-on, he would die. You can't escape. The Shingodaoism elder slapped the barren heaven realm open and chased after him. Lin Tian didn't resist at all. He just stepped on the yin and yang robe and fled. Not long after, the elders of the other sects appeared one after another. There were also several strong cultivators of the Bai family in front of him, completely blocking his escape route. Be obedient and suffer less physical pain. Suppress him first. Then we'll discuss how to deal with him. I wonder if the Bai family friends have any opinions? Sure. The group of people pressed toward the center. Staring at the group of strong cultivators, Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine, but his eyes were cold. Do you really think I'm a bird in a cage? He said coldly. With a buzz, he activated the divination divine skill. The barren heaven realm, divine cry palace, and 9 springs sword appeared one by one. It's not your skill. It won't work. It's just a form. Suppress him, the dozen people said. Violent spiritual ether waves pressed on Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tian's chest tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. These people were all stronger than him. Surrender. The elder of the green flame celestial sect approached and pressed his palm on Lin Tian. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Lin Tian quickly retreated. At the same time, his glabella shone brightly and the yin-yang lotus sea rushed out. The black and white lotus flowers spread in all directions, covering every corner. Break! The elder of the green flame celestial sect didn't dodge. He faced the black and white lotus petals in front of him and slammed his palm down. However, in the next moment, the lotus petals passed through his palm at an extremely fast speed and disappeared into a sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the elder of the green flame celestial sect shook violently and let out a painful groan. Almost at the same time, the strong cultivators of the other large sects were the same. Under the situation where they didn't know about the yin-yang lotus sea, they were all at a disadvantage. Their sea of consciousness shook violently and they felt intense pain. Even the strong cultivators of the Bai family were no exception. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang lotus and flashed through a gap, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Damn it! I was careless. Those lotus petals are not simple. They ignore everything and can directly attack the sea of consciousness. Could it be a strange phenomenon in the sea of consciousness? More than 10 people's expressions were very unpleasant. There were still dense black and white lotus petals floating around, blocking the path ahead. At this time, Lin Tian's figure had already disappeared without a trace. It was difficult for them to catch up with him. After escaping from the clutches of over 10 experts, Lin Tian flew all the way, and not long after, he appeared in another deep mountain forest. At this moment, he paused his steps and felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. 3 middle-aged men walked out in front of him. They were all acquaintances. They were the 3 peak masters of the Wuji Gate, the Wuji Peak Master, the Muyangfeng Peak Master, and the Luoying Peak Master. Lin Tian, don't be nervous. We have no bad intentions. We are here to help you under the order of the Gate Master. You can secretly follow us back to the Wuji Gate. You can secretly cultivate in the gate. The outside world will never know your whereabouts. The Wuji Peak Master said. Tags, the mobile version, is online. It's more convenient to read. Please read it on mobile at M. Chapter 344. Staring at the 3 people in front of him, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and took a step back. Thank the sect leader for his kindness, but there's no need. I can go on alone in this world, he said. Avoiding the 3, he walked to the other side. A sword light slashed down. Muyangfeng blocked in front of him. The Wuji Peak Master's expression changed slightly. Muyangfeng, what are you doing? The sect leader has ordered that no one is allowed to touch him. Don't touch him, Muyangfeng said coldly. Do you think he'll be willing to go back with us if we don't touch him? In short, don't touch him. The Wuji Peak Master's face darkened. Lin Tianling glanced at Muyangfeng coldly. He spread out the yin and yang puppet and rushed into the distance. Peak Master Muyang coldly snorted and blocked the front again. He slapped down with his palm. Sect Master is too benevolent. With the 3 of us here, how can we not keep a little sea of consciousness, realm, cultivator? We can just suppress him and bring him back. There's no need to invite him. With a boom, a vast palm print descended, enveloping Lin Tian within it. Stop! The Wuji Peak Master's expression changed. He blocked Muyangfeng. Muyangfeng's hand shook. He bypassed the Wuji Peak Master and tried to capture Lin Tian again. Wuji Peak Master, you're too naive and childish. To be clear, he won't be willing to go back with us? There's absolutely no chance. Even if you kneel down and beg him, it's useless. I've already said that we can just suppress him and bring him back. It'll save us time and energy. The Wuji Peak Master frowned and paused slightly. With a swoosh, Muyangfeng avoided the Wuji Peak Master, and the handprint fell directly on Lin Tian. This wasn't an ordinary palm, but a powerful martial technique. Old thing. Lin Tian supported the barren heaven world, divine roar palace, and 9 springs soared to block the attack. With a boom, the giant handprint fell, slapping away the barren heaven realm, the divine roar palace, and the Juchuan sword. At the same time, Lin Tian staggered backwards. He felt a tightness in his chest, and blood gushed up to his throat. At the same time, his internal organs convulsed. Facing a powerhouse of the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm, the current him was indeed too weak. Come with us, obediently. Otherwise, we'll chop off your limbs and bring you back, Muyangfeng said coldly. The Wuji Peak Master frowned and his expression darkened. Master Muyangfeng, you are too reckless. Wuji Peak Master, please calm down. I feel that what Master Muyangfeng said makes sense. At this moment, the Peak Lord of Fallen Shadow Peak stepped forward and said in a deep voice, based on this person's personality, no matter what we do, he won't follow us back to cultivate. As for that technique, therefore, it is best to suppress him and bring him back. No, the sect leader had given the order to not act recklessly. We can only use the word please. The Wuji Peak Master said. Boom! Right at this moment, Peak Master Muyang had already charged out again. He had actually executed the Tunefall celestial light divine ability. Suddenly, a faint blue divine light appeared and pressed towards Lin Tian. This is enough to suppress him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The same technique, but when Feng used it, it was much stronger than Zhang Ye's. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and retreated. With a light flick of his finger, the first layer of the 4 symbols Dao diagram flew out directly. The Dao diagram collided with the Tunefall immortal light, but this time it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the Dao diagram of the 4 symbols Dao diagram shattered with a crack. Although the technique is extraordinary, it is a pity that you are too weak, Feng said. Lin Tian retreated again. He gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Right now, you are only in the sea of consciousness realm. Facing me, what can you do? It is useless no matter what you do, Feng said. Lin Tian did not say anything. His expression did not change, but his hands moved even harder and faster. A stone platform and a stone wall rushed out from behind him. There were many black and white 3-leaf clovers on the edge of the stone platform. There was a line of ancient words engraved on the stone wall. Especially after the line of ancient words, the 2 seal scripts shone brightly, revealing the Tao Benevolence holy light. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura overflowed, causing the surrounding space to be oppressed. At this moment, he used the divining divine technique to derive the place where heavenly Lord Tao Benevolence comprehended the Tao. Suddenly, the Tao light overflowed. Qi, Feng's Tunefall immortal light trembled violently, and in the next moment it was annihilated. Then the terrifying aura pressed down, and suddenly Feng was forced to retreat. Not far away, the Wuji Peak Master and Luoying Peak Master's expressions changed. A mere sea of consciousness 8th celestial layer cultivator had actually shattered the divine ability of a 9th celestial layer Zephyr cultivator and forced him to retreat. Such a thing had never happened in the history of cultivation. Cough! On the other side, Lin Tian spat out blood and flew back 10 feet away. He glanced coldly at Feng. Without stopping, he stepped on the yin-yang puppet and went away. You still want to leave? You can't leave, Feng said coldly. At this moment, Peak Master Muyang was both shocked and furious. He was an expert at the peak of the Zephyr realm, but he was actually dispelled by a little cultivator at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness and forced to retreat a few steps. This was simply a great humiliation. With a boom, an even more terrifying aura rushed out of his body. More dense Tunefall immortal light propped up, cracking the ground a little. Feng took a step forward and directly approached Lin Tian. Enough! Feng, you are too presumptuous. The Wuji Peak Master blocked in front. A strong wave of true essence rushed out. The Wuji Peak Master blocked Feng with a cold face. In the distance, Lin Tian looked back and instantly went away. In the next few days, he killed one powerful individual cultivator after another who came to steal the precious technique. He avoided the elders of the 9 great sects and broke free from the pursuers of the Bai family and the Shin family. Finally, he found an absolutely hidden place and hid. One against the world, very good. This way, it can stimulate my potential even more. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and on his body, but his face was extremely cold. Closing his eyes, he took out a baodan and swallowed it. Then he began to use the 4 extremities scripture to heal his injured body. Although Lin Tian had snuck down, there were still many people searching for him in the outside world. There were people from the ancient Bai clan, the alchemist Shin clan, the 10 great sects, and even some ordinary unaffiliated cultivators. However, none of these people could find any traces of Lin Tian. In the end, the experts from the Bai clan returned to their clans, the experts from the Shen clan returned to their clans, and the elders from the 10 great sects also returned to their clans. Wuji Gate, Wuji Hall, how dare you? The sect master of the Wuji sect stared at Muyang Feng with a cold face. Muyang Feng's face was slightly pale. He said, "Sect master, how can we ask him to come back? Also, if he really found the divining divine skill, we must bring him back. If he doesn't want to come back, we can only do it." "Shut up. I know you have a grudge against him because your disciple was suppressed. But I didn't expect you to be so reckless. I've already said that no one is allowed to do anything to him. We can only ask him to come back." The sect master of the Wuji sect stared at Muyang Feng and said coldly, "Go back to your main peak. You are not allowed to step out of Muyang Feng for 3 months." Muyang Feng's face was ugly, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only leave resentfully. Seeing Muyang Feng leave, the sect master of the Wuji sect sighed and turned to look at the fallen celestial peak. "Sect master, I'm sorry that I couldn't bring Lin Tian back." The sect master of the Wuji peak said. The sect master of the Wuji sect waved his hand. The technique he used that day was definitely the divining divine skill. Only this legendary battle saint technique can allow him to fight across 4 or 5 small realms. Rumor has it that the divining divine skill was created by Lord Daoren. Lord Daoren is a righteous person. If he can find this precious technique, it shows that his character and talent are excellent. If such a young man like him could stay in the sect and cultivate, he would definitely become a pillar of the sect. In the future, it would be extremely likely for my limitless immortal school to shine brightly and become stronger. Unfortunately, such an outstanding person like him was missed because of my mistake. Sect master, you don't have to blame yourself. You didn't protect him for the past 2 times because of Wuji Gate. We can forget about the matter of the 9 great sects, but the ancient by family came to the sect to ask for him. What can you do? The peak master of the Wuji sect said. The sect master of the Wuji sect waved his hand and looked at the fallen immortal peak. He sighed slightly. A mistake is a mistake. He was right before. As the sect master of Wuji Gate, I didn't protect my disciple when I knew he didn't do anything wrong. Instead, I let people from other forces take him away. I'm not a qualified sect master. The peak master of the Wuji sect stood quietly on the side and followed the sect master's gaze. Techniques are important, but people are even more important. It doesn't matter if we can't obtain the heavens' divination divine technique. This treasure technique has been silent in my limitless immortal school for so long, yet no one has been able to find it. This also means that this technique is not fated with my limitless immortal school. The sect master of the Wuji sect said with deep eyes, "Pass down my order. From now on, no disciple of the Wuji sect is allowed to touch him. If possible, help him secretly when appropriate." "Yes, sect master." The peak master of the Wuji sect nodded. The ancient by family, the door of a hall was pushed open. Bai Qiu, dressed in purple, barged in angrily. "If you send more experts to deal with him, I'll die here." The aura of Yin surrounded Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu held a dagger and aimed it at her neck. There were 3 elders in the hall. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. "Little ancestor, What are you doing?" "Put the dagger away. It'll be terrible if you touch it." An old woman hurried forward. This old woman was very powerful. She was at the connecting immortal realm, but at this moment she was anxious. "Stop!" Bai Qiu pointed at the old woman. During this period, she had received several pieces of news. The Bai family's experts were attacking Lin Tian. The 10 great sects experts were chasing after Lin Tian, and the alchemist family Shin family was attacking him. Bai Qiu had cried several times and finally came here. She knew that she was the main reason for all of this. How could she not be sad? Over and over again. How can you do this? How can you treat him like this? What's the difference between you and a hooligan? Bai Qiu glared at the three of them, tears welling up in her eyes. The three of them stopped in their tracks. Their expressions were somewhat ugly because they were indeed unreasonable in this matter. In the end, one of them gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, we won't send any more experts to deal with him. However, he killed more than 30 members of our Bai family. I'm afraid we can't let this matter go so easily. Soon, the young experts of this generation of my Bai family will go out to train. This grudge will be settled by those of the same generation." Bai Qiu shook her head. "No, he's only—" At that moment, someone appeared beside Bai Qiu. Bai Ziki flashed and snatched the dagger from her hand. Then, Bai Ziki did not say anything and pulled Bai Qiu out. "Let go of me." Bai Qiu shouted outside the hall. "This result is more or less enough." Bai Ziki said, "Big brother." Bai Qiu was anxious. "There are a few people in our family who are not much weaker than you. How can he be a match for them?" "That's his problem." Bai Ziki frowned and said, "Also, your lunar origin has been fluctuating too frequently and chaotically during this period. Don't cultivate for the time being." As he spoke, he did not give Bai Qiu a chance to react. He directly used the secret technique of the Divine Sutra and completely sealed Bai Qiu's true essence. Then he dragged her into the depths of the Bai family. The alchemist family, the Shun family, the middle-aged man in green returned to the family and summoned the other elders of the family. They were all above the 7th heaven of the levitating realm. "How is it?" one of them asked. "That's right. He does have the legendary flame seal. However, it has completely disappeared." The middle-aged man in green said, "Come to think of it, in the near future, all the major forces will send their disciples out to gain experience. My Shun family is no exception." Another person said, "After that, let the disciples out to train pay close attention to Lin Tian's movements. As you said, this person is not simple. He's very important to the Shun family." On this day, all the major factions were moved and made different responses. A few more days passed. Young talents walked out of their sects and families and walked toward the vast second heaven. In a hidden cave in the old forest, Lin Tian focused on cultivating. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In half a month, relying on the divine refining runes, his cultivation had improved a lot. He was about to reach the peak of the 8th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness. Because of the continuous clashes with airborne realm experts, his combat ability and combat experience had improved a lot after digesting them. His overall combat strength had improved a lot compared to before. "It's hard to improve in a short time. It's time to go out," he muttered to himself. I equals FIPS less equals IDS as. Chapter 345. Reading on mobile phone after leaving the hidden cave in the old forest, Lin Tian put on a black robe that covered his entire body and face. Booknet. His current identity was very sensitive. Before his cultivation reached the Zephyr realm, it would be good for him to cover up a little. After walking out of the old forest, there was a wide road in front of him. Let's go. Those young talents are all gathered there. It should be quite lively. Of course. After all, it's hosted by the young talents of the Bai family. There are also geniuses from the other major sections. There were many cultivators on the road, and they were all heading in one direction. Lin Tian tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. That was the Daluo mountain forest. He stopped a cultivator and asked, "Brother, are you all heading to the Daluo mountain forest? Is there something interesting going on?" Seeing Lin Tian's black robe that covered even his face, the cultivator frowned slightly, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, there were too many cultivators in the world, and some of them had strange habits. Not long ago, the young talents of the major sects came out to train. The Bai family initiated an alliance, and the 9 major sects responded. They all gathered in the Daluo mountain forest to find and suppress a person called Lin Tian. It's said that he has mastered the art of weapon manipulation. Most importantly, he offended the Bai family and the 9 major sects. I see. Lin Tian nodded, then asked, But why the 9 major sects? Aren't they the 10 major sects? That Lin Tian used to be a disciple of the Wuji Gate. It said that the master of Wuji Gate gave an order to no longer interfere with Lin Tian's affairs and forbade any disciples from taking action against Lin Tian. The cultivator said. Lin Tian nodded and thanked him. The cultivator quickly walked away and jogged toward the Daluo mountain forest. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Limitless sect master. When he was at Wuji Gate, he did not make any mistakes. However, the limitless sect leader did not protect him and allowed the outsiders to take him away. To be honest, even though he did not feel good about it, he did not blame the limitless sect leader. After all, he was in a certain position, and the limitless sect leader had to make a choice. Now he had escaped from Wuji Gate with the divining divine technique, and the limitless sect master naturally knew about it. Under the situation where he had become the enemy of the entire world, the limitless sect master still gave such an order, which made him feel emotional. This could be considered a kind of magnanimity. Sighing slightly, he looked in the direction of the Daluo forest again, his eyes turning cold. Pausing for a moment, he strode toward the Daluo mountain forest. In the Daluo mountain forest, an old tree stood tall and strong. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered around and were discussing spiritedly. In front of them was an open space, and the ground was stained with blood. 3 young men in purple stood together. All of them were extremely handsome, and their clothes and faces were bright and fresh. They were surrounded by a group of people. They were from the Bai family. Lin Tian arrived. Wearing a black robe, he stared at the 3 of them and stood quietly in the crowd. Everyone, do you know who the blood and bones on the ground belonged to? A person from the Bai family asked. That person was called Bai Yu. He was extremely powerful and was at the first level of the Zephyr Flight. Of course. There's the blood of our elders, senior brothers and junior brothers. They all died in the hands of that thief. How could we forget such a thing? A person from the 9 great sects said. That's right. Our senior brothers and elders were all killed by him. That thief is cruel and can't be left alive. We have to surround and kill him. Another person from the Bai family said. That person was called Bai Hung. He was also at the first level of the Zephyr Flight and was very powerful. Kill him. We'll follow the orders of the 3 young masters of the Bai family. We have no objections. We'll definitely kill him. The people from the 9 great sects shouted. In fact, some powerful itinerant cultivators even joined in and formed several teams to chase after Lin Tian. The 3 people from the Bai family nodded. The last person to speak was called Bai Chiha. He said loudly, In that case, we'll join forces and suppress that thief. We'll avenge the seniors and clansmen who died in his hands. Only then can we let the seniors and clansmen who died in this forest rest in peace. Their souls will ascend to heaven. Avenge! 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 Everyone responded. In the crowd, Lin Tiantan smiled coldly. It had to be said that the 3 people from the Bai family chose this Daluo mountain forest and used the blood and bones on the ground to incite the crowd. The effect was really good. Using this place and saying such words, it made it seem like he was really a heinous person. He was wrapped in a black robe, so his face couldn't be seen. He said, The 3 of you from the Bai family, the words avenge don't seem to be appropriate. As far as I know, it was your Bai family who chased after Lin Tian for no reason. The other sects and itinerant cultivators wanted to steal his precious technique, but they were killed instead. This seems to be your own fault. How can you talk about avenge? As soon as he said this, the crowd suddenly became quiet. Then they all became angry. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? You're speaking for that thief. You're talking nonsense, someone reprimanded. Nonsense? Under the black robe, Lin Tianyi smiled and said, Why don't you gather here to suppress that person? Don't you want to steal his weapon-controlling technique? Also, you itinerant cultivators, what grudge do you have against Lin Tian? If you don't covet that precious technique, why would you gather here to deal with Lin Tian? The people from the 9 sects were angry and stared at Lin Tian. Some itinerant cultivators' faces were ashen. We gathered here for the sake of righteousness. How can we be humiliated by you? Righteousness? Lin Tian mocked. You're really noble. In the Daluo Mountain Forest, some people who came to watch the show had strange expressions as they stared at the black-robed Lin Tian. Who's this guy? The Bai family initiated this alliance, and the 9 sects and itinerant cultivators responded to deal with Lin Tian together. This guy actually said something here. Isn't he asking for a rebuff? Many people were discussing. Bai raised his hand and suppressed the crowd's voices. He looked over and said, Friend, you must have evidence to back up your words. Lin Tian once flirted with the princess of my Bai clan. Moreover, he even killed a few geniuses from the 9 great sects before this. There are many blood debts on his body, which is why my Bai clan and the 9 great sects are hunting him down. How could we possibly covet his treasured technique? That's right. You're right, young Master Baiyu. How can such a pervert be allowed to live? Many people shouted. Under the black robe, Lin Tian sneered. Young Master Bai, why are you so different from what I've heard? As far as I know, Lin Tian never flirted with the princess of your family. On the contrary, it was your princess who always clung to him. As for your so-called killing of several talents of the 9 sects, it seems that those talents wanted to kill your princess and Lin Tian to steal the precious technique. That's why Lin Tian counterattacked and killed those people. Speaking of which, Lin Tian can be considered as protecting your princess, right? As soon as Lin Tian said that, Baiyu and the rest of the 9 sects' expressions changed slightly. Their expressions froze. Is there such a thing? The 9 sects once wanted to kill the princess of the Bai family, and Lin Tian stood up to protect her. Now, the Bai family and the 9 sects are working together to deal with Lin Tian. If this is true, it's really a little outside the circle. Many people were surprised. If this was true, wouldn't it be a little ridiculous for the Bai family and the 9 sects to work together to deal with Lin Tian? It could even be called a joke. Nonsense. My friend, hearsay can't be trusted after all. What you said is not acceptable. A voice sounded and someone stood out. Seeing this person, Baiyu smiled faintly and nodded. So, it's Brother Zhang Yi from Wuji Gate. Master Baiyu. Zhang Yi returned the greeting. Hearing Zhang Ye's words, the crowd all turned their heads to look at Lin Tian, who was covered in a black robe. These people were not interested in the precious technique. They just came here to watch the fun. Now that they heard several different voices, it naturally aroused their curiosity. Under the black robe, Lin Tiandao said, Zhang Yi from Wuji Gate, everyone in the world knows that the master of Wuji Gate has ordered that no one is allowed to attack Lin Tian. As a disciple of the Limitless sect, you came here. Isn't that a blatant violation of the master's order? Not to mention the punishment from the master later. Isn't it a little disgraceful for you to do this? Yes. Didn't the master of the Limitless sect order that no one is allowed to attack Lin Tian? This Zhang Yi, this. Some people pointed at him. Zhang Ye's expression did not change. He said, the master is generous and benevolent, considering that the thief used to cultivate in the sect. He did not argue with him. However, if such a thief lives, it will be a disgrace to our Wuji Gate. The master is kind, but there will be people in the sect who will care. I came here on the order of my master. After killing this thief, I will go back to the sect to apologize. I have no regrets. So he came here on the master's order. In that case, this Zhang Yi can't be considered to have committed treason. Yes, that's right. Some people nodded. Under the black robe, Lin Tianlong smiled. On the master's order? It was Muyang Feng, that old thing again. Zhang Yi opened his mouth again and looked at the crowd. What Master by you said is true. In the sect, Lin Tian was arrogant and domineering. He bullied and humiliated his fellow disciples. He even forcefully held the hand of the princess of the Bai family several times and openly flirted with her. In order to fight for the Baodan, that thief ruthlessly killed several outstanding disciples of the 9 sections. These are indisputable facts. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you talk nonsense with your eyes wide open? Under the black robe, Lin Tian laughed out loud. What I said is not a lie. How can I talk nonsense with my eyes wide open? Zhang Yi stared at Lin Tian coldly and said, You just heard it and believed it. I am a disciple of the Wuji Gate. I was Lin Tian's fellow disciple. You heard about him. Do you think you know more about him than I do? Well, indeed Zhang Yi was Lin Tian's fellow disciple. What he said is indeed more convincing. If that's the case, then that Lin Tian really is, some people frowned. The 3 people of the Bai family smiled at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi returned the gesture. What else do you have to say? Zhang Yi looked at Lin Tian, who was wearing a black robe. Under the black robe, Lin Tiandao said, Do you think you and Lin Tian used to be fellow disciples, so you know most about him? Zhang Ye's expression was indifferent. At least in this place, no one knows more about him than I do. Is that so? Lin Tianlong smiled and said sarcastically, Then open your dog eyes and look carefully. Let's see who knows more about Lin Tian here, you or me. As he spoke, he lifted the black robe and revealed his true face. I equals Phipps, las equals ZDS as Chapter 346. Reading on a mobile phone. Seeing Lin Tian's face under the black robe, Zhang Ye's expression changed drastically. It's you. At the same time, everyone else was shocked. This is that Lin Tian? He actually came here? The onlookers' expressions changed. The Bai family had organized this alliance and gathered all the experts of the same generation to deal with Lin Tian. But now, the main character had come here alone. This caused all the cultivators who had come to watch the show to be shocked. Wasn't this too daring? With a series of rustling sounds, the 9 sects and the 3 people of the Bai family all moved and surrounded Lin Tian. How dare you come here? The 3 people of the Bai family sneered. The world is so big. How many places do I dare not go? Aren't you looking for me? I'll come to you myself. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he didn't care about the 3 people of the Bai family at all. He stared at Zhang Yi mockingly. Tell me, between the 2 of us, who knows more about Lin Tian? You or I know more about Lin Tian? Zhang Ye's face was gloomy, and he couldn't say anything. Muyang Feng's disciples thought they were invincible and came to make trouble for me. After they were defeated, I bullied my fellow disciples. The princess of the Bai family often came to me, and I flirted with her? Are you blind, or can't you see clearly? Did I kill a few disciples of the 9 sects in order to seize the treasure? When the elders of the 9 sects came to make trouble for me, the princess of the Bai family showed them the divine token and told them the details. Don't you know that the elders of the 9 sects knelt down and begged for my forgiveness? Staring at Zhang Yi, Lin Tian spoke calmly, but his eyes were sharp. What? The elders of the 9 sects knelt down and begged for Lin Tian's forgiveness. It sounds like the princess of the Bai family is close to Lin Tian, isn't she? How could the people of the Bai family? The crowd discussed animatedly. Nonsense. A disciple from the 9 great sects opened his mouth and shouted angrily, Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate the elders of our great sects? Our cultivation is profound. Why would we kneel before a nobody like you? Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at this person. He directly waved his sword. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. The disciple's chest was penetrated, and he fell into a pool of blood on the spot. Hiss! Many of the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. This in the middle of a group of powerful enemies. He actually dared to directly kill. Why kneel? Because it makes sense, and because the princess of the Bai family is on my side. Lin Tian mockingly glanced at the cultivators of the 9 great sects and the rogue cultivators who had gathered to fight against him. What are you when facing the Bai family? What kind of attitude could he have? At most, it thinks of itself as a dog. Other than wagging its tail to please, what else can it do? You! Instantly everyone was enraged. Nonsense. Trying to sow discord. What kind of status does the princess of my clan have? How could she possibly stand on your side? Why would I protect you? Baiyu shouted. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully and looked at Zheng Yi. Senior brother Zheng, tell me, is what I said true or false? He enunciated the word senior brother Zheng, particularly loudly, causing Zhang Ye's face to turn a little pale. The crowd stared at Zhang Ye's expression, and all of them were moved. It seems that Lin Tian is telling the truth. Someone muttered. These people were not stupid. From Lin Tian's attitude and Zhang Ye's expression, it was enough to tell who was telling the truth. A cold light flashed in by Heng's eyes. There's no need to say anything more to this thief. Everyone, attack and suppress him together. That's right. There's no need to talk nonsense with this evil thief. Kill him. Attack. Attack together. Everyone shouted. Instantly, everyone pressed down on Lin Tian. The light of martial arts swept across all directions. There were more than 200 people gathered here. At this moment, more than 100 of them attacked together. The power was truly terrifying. Lin Tianling smiled, not caring at all. How dare you bunch of third-rate trash gather here and try to kill me? With a clang, a high-grade supreme treasure appeared in his hand. The 7th sword of the 9 forms of the burning sun swept out and swept in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, a large number of cultivators died. Oh my God! The power of one sword can be so powerful? So powerful. Some of the onlookers' hearts palpitated. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He walked calmly toward Zheng Yi. The Limitless Sect Master has ordered that no one in the sect is allowed to attack me. You and your master are really active. When he let you out to die, did he ask you to leave any last words? Zhang Ye's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Tian, don't be too arrogant. You're just in the sea of consciousness realm. With a boom, a faint blue light rushed up. At this moment, Zhang Yi directly used Muyang Feng's Tombfall Immortal Light theurgy. When I was in the 6th level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, you were no match for me. Now, what can you do with this theurgy? Lin Tianlong smiled. He bent his finger and flicked it. The 4 symbols Dao diagram gathered and directly annihilated all of Zhang Ye's theurgy light. Then he stepped on the yin and yang rock and moved in front of Zheng Yi in an instant. You bang! Lin Tian swung his fist and directly sent Zheng Yi flying. Zhang Ye's chest caved in on the spot, and he let out a scream. Brother Zheng! Baiyu's expression changed. He stepped forward and waved a big handprint to press down on Lin Tian. It was the godless palm of the Godless Sutra. Boom! The godless palm swung down and the entire space shook. They were both in the 1st level of the Zephyr realm, but it had to be said that Baiyu's strength was several times stronger than Zhang Ye's. He was even stronger than some cultivators in the 2nd level of the Zephyr realm. When this palm pressed down, many onlookers were shocked. Lin Tian stepped back and used the divination divine technique. He activated the same godless palm, and a series of handprints directly slapped forward. This is the godless palm. How is it possible? How can he also use the godless palm? Isn't this the Bai family's secret technique? Many people's expressions changed. Lin Tian's godless palm collided with Baiyu's godless palm. With a boom, the space shook violently. Damn it! Where did you learn the godless palm? The three Bai family members were shocked and angry. The three of them used their movement techniques and directly rushed toward Lin Tian. Get out of here. I'll deal with you later, Lin Tianlong said. With a boom, he activated the eighth sword of the burning sun and directly forced the three of them to retreat. After that, he stepped forward and appeared in front of Zhang Yi again. I'll send you on your way, he said coldly, using the divination divine technique to create the barren heaven realm and mercilessly press down. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. He had seen the power of this king's territory before, so he immediately activated the heavenly light divine ability with all his strength. However, such a divine ability could not block the divination divine technique. Zhang Yi coughed out blood and flew more than 10 meters away. Half of his body was badly mutilated. Lin Tian raised his leg and approached again. With a thought, the barren heaven realm directly pressed down. The ancient mountain fell, and the roar of wild beasts came from it, which immediately made Zhang Yi's expression change. No, stop. Don't worry. You won't be lonely on the road to the netherworld. It won't be long before I send your master down to accompany you. Lin Tianlong. The barren heaven realm mercilessly pressed down, directly crushing Zhang Yi into pieces. Zhang Yi of the Wuji Gate, an early-stage void flight realm cultivator, was killed so easily. Oh my god, what kind of combat power is this? He's only at the spiritual sense level. This is too unbelievable. Many cultivators were shocked. Seeing this scene, the young people of the 9 sects who were gathered here also changed their expressions. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't let him defeat us one by one. Bai Yu shouted. That's right. Although he's powerful, we have more people. If we work together, we can defeat him. Kill. Everyone roared. Instantly, saber lights and sword shadows appeared as the 200-plus people charged towards Lin Tian in unison. Do you really think that ants can kill an elephant? Lin Tianling smiled. With a clang, dozens of treasure weapons appeared around him, all of them flying and slashing in all directions. Weapon control technique. Uft, uft, uft. The disciples of the 9 sects gathered here were almost all at the 6th to 9th level of the spiritual sense level. How could they resist Lin Tian's weapon control technique? In the blink of an eye, a large number of cultivators fell into a pool of blood. More than 200 people were killed in a few seconds, and the ground was dyed red with blood. How could this be? We can't win this. It's impossible to win. If this goes on, we'll all be killed. Everyone was terrified. In the next moment, some rogue cultivators retreated and fled into the distance. Clang! A sword radiance fell and cut off that person's head. Lin Tian used his weapon control technique. Dozens of treasure weapons appeared in the air and surrounded the remaining people. Since you're gathered here to kill me, you should show some respect. What's the point of running away now? He said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the divination divine skill to shake the barren heaven realm. Gray mist sputtered in all directions. Uft, uft, uft. Blood mist exploded, facing the barren heaven realm that he created with the divination divine skill. These ordinary cultivators were no match for him. Fellow cultivator Lin, we were wrong. Please let us go. We were blinded by greed and wanted to fight for the treasure skills. We won't do it again. Please forgive us. Fellow cultivator Lin, please be merciful. Please don't kill us. Some rogue cultivators begged for mercy. Lin Tianling smiled. The barren heaven realm shook again, and more killing light fell. These people did not have the slightest grudge against him, yet they gathered together to kill him and steal his precious technique. Thus, how could he show them any mercy? Those who wanted to kill would always be killed. This was his philosophy. He would never be a saint for nothing. Uft, uft, uft. Blood mist exploded again and again, falling to the ground. Lin Tian attacked mercilessly. Wherever the light of the barren heaven realm passed, no one could stop it. Anyone who was touched by it would die a tragic death. During this time, screams continued. More and more people fled. Some disciples of the large sects even ran away in fear. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the dozens of treasure weapons floating in the air. No, don't kill me. Lin Tian, you're a demon. Ah, no. Screams rose and fell. Blood splattered again and again. The number of corpses increased. In the distance, many onlookers were terrified. Some even couldn't help but tremble. This scene was like purgatory. Soon, 15 minutes passed. The screams finally weakened and then disappeared completely. Looking around, dozens of treasure weapons were floating in the air. The ground was full of broken corpses. Blood dyed the ground red. It was a glaring and shocking sight. More than 100 disciples of the large sects and nearly 100 rogue cultivators, all dead. Only the 3 from the Bai family are left. So many people gathered together, but none of them could stop him. It's only been 15 minutes. In the distance, many onlookers retreated. They felt like their hearts were about to jump out. In the forest, Lin Tian's clothes were not stained with blood. He looked at Bai Yu and the others. Now it's your turn. There are some things I want to know from you. I equals FIPS less equals AS. Chapter 347. Reading on a mobile phone. Facing Lin Tiantan's cold gaze, Bai Yu and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble. Their faces were ashen and ugly. Please search Tastebook Yin Network to see the most complete. In the novel, they had gathered all the major sects here in the name of the Bai family to search for and kill Lin Tian. Now, the real person had found them and killed all of them in just a few minutes. Blood flowed all over the ground. This made their backs turn cold. This was a devil. Let's go, Bai Yu said in a low voice. The 3 of them knew that they were no match for Lin Tian, so they didn't stay to fight. They turned and fled. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The precious weapons in the air slashed down, forcing the 3 of them to retreat. The Bai family has been passed down since the ancient times. Do you only know how to run? He said indifferently. The 3 of them were furious. Bai Heng said in a low voice, Lin Tian, don't be so smug. The truly powerful people of the Bai family haven't come out yet. When they come out, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Is that so? I'll wait. Lin Tian Dao. With a clang, the 3 precious weapons slashed down. They shone brightly and cut off Bai Heng's head. Seeing this bloody scene, a group of onlookers nearby felt as if ice had formed on their backs. That's the Bai family, a transcendent force that has been passed down since the ancient times. They've looked down on this heavenly region for so many years. He killed the Bai family's elites without hesitation. This is crazy. Someone's heart palpitated. Bai Yu and Bai Chiha gritted their teeth. Their clansmen were killed. The 2 of them roared in unison and used their secret skills. Kill! Kill! The 2 of them roared. They knew that they couldn't escape, so they pressed their palms toward Lin Tian and fought to the death. Lin Tian shook his head. The barren heaven world passed over his head, crushing their palms and crushing Bai Chiha into pieces. In the blink of an eye, only Bai Yu was left of the 3. Damn it! There was blood in Bai Yu's mouth. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Lin Tian raised his hand, using Divining Divine art to evolve a supreme divine palm, directly slapping Bai Yu to the ground. Your Bai clan is such a large clan, so you should have a lot of strongholds in the outside world. Where are they? He asked. Bai Yu was shocked. What do you want to do? I don't like to be passive. Your Bai family has tried to kill me time and time again for no reason. I have to give you a little surprise. Otherwise, your Bai family will really think that I'm easy to bully. You want to break into my Bai family's outpost? Bai Yu sneered. With a slap, Lin Tian slapped Baiyu. Put away your sneer and stop talking nonsense. Blood flowed from the corner of Baiyu's mouth as he glared hatefully at Lin Tian. He named 3 places: Vast Heaven District, Hangzhou Origin, and Yan'an Square. So straightforward. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Baiyu stared at Lin Tian with a strange and livid expression. Doesn't everyone know that the Bai family has strongholds in these 3 places? Doesn't he know? That's strange. Not far away, many people stared at Lin Tian in surprise. Lin Tian naturally heard these people's discussions. He was slightly embarrassed. He came from the first layer of the celestial realm, so he didn't know much about these things. This made him slightly displeased, but he didn't say anything and directly killed Baiyu. He stood up and clapped his hands. He stared at the crowd of onlookers in the distance and walked toward them. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the crowd dispersed in unison. Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang puppet and caught up with a person, grabbing his shoulder. This was a young man in yellow. His face was pale with fear, and his whole body was trembling. Big brother, spare me. I'm just here to watch the show. I don't want to steal your paragon skill, let alone kill you. You can't kill innocent people. Lin Tian was speechless. I just want to ask about the Vast Heaven District, Hangzhou Origin, and Yan'an Square. I mean no harm, he said. Really? Really? Only then did the young man in yellow let out a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little fearful as he said, Vast Heaven District, Hangzhou Origin, and Yan'an Square. These 3 places are the most famous gathering places of cultivators in this heaven region. There are treasure auction sites, transaction pavilions, and even some wine pavilions where beautiful fairies are hidden. There are people from various great sects and sacred grounds who are overseeing these 3 places. They set up different transaction pavilions, either to collect wealth and resources or to collect all kinds of information. These 3 places have strongholds of the Bai family. What's the cultivation level of the strongest person in these 3 places? Lin Tian asked. The peak of the Zephyr Realm. The peak of the Zephyr Realm. Lin Tian whispered and nodded to the young man in yellow. Thank you. With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing quickly. Only now did the yellow-clothed young man completely heave a sigh of relief, and then he went limp like mud. In the distance, some onlookers did not go far. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian's retreating figure and the bloody scene in front of them. Their hearts were palpitating. This is really... Many people swallowed their saliva. Soon after, news spread. By family's young generations, 3 heroes gathered the 9 great sex experts and a group of loose cultivators, wishing to find and kill Lin Tian. However, the main character directly found them, slaughtering everyone. This made even more cultivators shocked. By family's heroes organized a gathering to search for a single person, yet the main character actually found them, killing everyone. There were some who were suspicious, personally heading to Great Immortal Mountain Range. However, they directly sucked in a cold breath of air. It's actually true. That guy is too ruthless. He killed more than 200 people, including the 3 heroes of the Bai family. He didn't show any mercy at all. Everyone was shocked. Then, the young experts of the Bai family rushed to the Daluo mountain range. When they saw the corpses of Baiyu and the other 2, their faces turned cold and murderous. Find him and kill him, someone shouted. It sounded like the clanging of a precious weapon. The itinerant cultivators and disciples of small sects who came to watch were shocked. After leaving the Daluo mountain range, Lin Tian walked far away and entered another mountain range. The peak of the Zephyr Realm. I'm definitely no match for him now. I'll try that thing. It should work wonders, he muttered to himself. After finding a secluded place, he took out a black cauldron and began to cultivate his alchemy skills. There's a kind of pill in the pharmacopoeia called the energy sealing pill. After shattering one's true origin, it could be vaporized. It was colorless and tasteless, and it could be easily mixed with air and inhaled. Once it was inhaled, it would cause the true origin to become chaotic and even solidify for a certain period of time. When facing an enemy in such a situation, the result could be imagined. The energy sealing pill can only be refined when one is at least a third-grade alchemist. I should be able to reach that level in 7 days. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His cultivation was not weak, and he was about to reach the airborne realm. Moreover, his formation control technique was about to reach the 5th grade. As such, his starting point for alchemy was far higher than that of ordinary alchemists. It was like someone in the chaotic realm learning a profound martial technique. It would not take much time at all, and he could do it with a wave of his hand. After taking out the black cauldron and taking a deep breath, Lin Tian began to refine his alchemy skills. There is no such thing as the Tiani Soul technique on the path of alchemy. It was completely dependent on one's talent and countless refinements to become familiar with it. Before leaving the Wuji Gate, Lin Tian had exchanged a lot of materials for alchemy and formation control technique. Therefore, he was not worried about running out of materials. Boom! He raised his right hand and placed it on the furnace. His true origin surged, and soon a yellow alchemy fire appeared on the furnace. Yellow alchemy fire was the lowest level of alchemy fire, and it was the first stage. Lin Tianyi converted his true origin into alchemy fire while circulating the 4 extreme scripture to restore his true origin. He repeatedly practiced alchemy. This kind of practice was undeniably boring. However, Lin Tian did not find it boring because this kind of practice was useful to him. The alchemy fire lingered and day alternated. Soon, 6 days passed. Lin Tian sat in front of the black cauldron and stretched out his right hand again. His true origin surged, and a purple flame appeared in the cauldron. Purple alchemy fire, the 2nd stage of alchemy fire. During the 6 days, Lin Tian rested for a total of 12 hours. The rest of the time was spent on alchemy. After these 6 days, he finally reached the level of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Under the surging of his true origin, he could activate a purple alchemy fire. Time to refine the energy sealing pill. He muttered to himself. The energy sealing pill was a 4th-grade inferior Baodan. Originally, one needed to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist to refine a perfect pill. However, Lin Tian had absolute confidence in his control. He had reached the level of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Although it was impossible for him to refine a perfect energy sealing pill, he could rely on quantity to stack it up. Without further ado, Lin Tian took out the alchemy materials from the stone ring, activated the purple alchemy fire, and began to refine the energy sealing pill. Buzz! The purple alchemy fire lingered. It was somewhat gorgeous and somewhat magical. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Lin Tian failed several times at first. It was not until later that he slowly grasped the technique. The purple alchemy fire was neither hot nor hot, and it changed at a fixed point that he successfully refined the energy sealing pill. Of course, the vitality sealing pill he concocted was far from perfect. Therefore, he used up all the ingredients he had and concocted a total of 30 vitality sealing pills. He refined the 30 energy sealing pills a total of 14 times. At most, he could refine 3 pills each time. Occasionally, he could only refine 1. 3 days later, Lin Tian rested for 6 hours and finally stood up. It's time. A glimmer of light flashed across his eyes, and he walked into the distance. 10 days ago, Bai Yu and the other 2 held a gathering and invited experts to kill Lin Tian. In the end, the main culprit came to their door and killed everyone. This made the younger generation of the Bai family furious. They searched everywhere for Lin Tian. Unfortunately, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and no one could find any trace of Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tian had completely disappeared. That thief, where is he hiding? Does he only know how to hide in the world? Continue searching. I don't believe that he can hide forever. The younger generation of the Bai family had cold eyes. On this day, Lin Tian wore a gray robe and covered his face. He came to a bustling place. There were cultivators coming and going, and all of them were dressed in bright clothes. Vast Heaven District. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 348. Reading on a mobile phone. The Grand Heaven District was one of the most famous gathering places for cultivators in the second celestial realm. There were various auction houses and treasure trading pavilions. Cultivators could go there, and as long as they could afford it, they could usually find what they wanted. Please search Product and Book Yen Network to see the most complete. At the same time, there were also Jiukei Immortal Pavilions, which allowed cultivators to relax. There were many beautiful fairies and refreshing nectar inside. Some powerful cultivators would often visit these Jiukei Immortal Pavilions. Lin Tian walked into the vast heaven district with his gray robe on his back. There were many cultivators coming and going. Soon, he stopped in front of a palace. This palace was dazzling and majestic. It was a stronghold set up by the Bai family in the vast heaven district. It was responsible for collecting all kinds of Baodan weapons for the family at a low price. At the same time, it also sold some rare treasures. Because it was set up by the ancient Bai family, many cultivators came and went every day. There were no guards outside the door. Lin Tian walked in calmly. Inside the palace, there were many cultivators lined up in several lines. There were many tables and chairs placed around for the cultivators who came to trade to rest. Lin Tian was in a line. In his robe, thumb-sized pills appeared in his right hand. He hid them in his sleeve and crushed them one by one with his true essence. They turned into gas and quickly merged into the air. Time passed quickly. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Soon, the cultivators in front finished their trades. It was Lin Tian's turn. "Excuse me, what do you need?" A middle-aged man from the Bai family asked in front of the counter. Seeing Lin Tian under his robe, the middle-aged man did not have any reaction. After all, he had seen many people like this. "I want to see the person in charge here." Lin Tiandao. The middle-aged man frowned. "What do you want?" "It's the same if you tell me." "I have Lin Tian's tracks. I need to talk to the person in charge here. I'll stay for 15 minutes at most." Lin Tiandao. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Wait a moment." With that said, the middle-aged man quickly walked toward the cabinet. A few days ago, the three great figures of the Bai family had personally given the order to kill Lin Tian. Afterwards, many of the Bai family's clansmen had died at the hands of Lin Tian. This caused the Bai family to be even more furious. Now, all of the Bai family's experts outside wanted to kill Lin Tian with their own hands. Unfortunately, they had lost track of Lin Tian. Now that someone had brought Lin Tian's tracks here, it was naturally important. After roughly 10 breaths of time, the middle-aged man returned, an elder following behind him. His complexion was rosy, and his aura was extremely powerful. "My friend, do you have traces of Lin Tian?" Bai Mingxiu was dealing with some matters in the inner chamber. When he heard the middle-aged man mention that someone had brought news about Lin Tian, he immediately put down what he was doing and followed the middle-aged man out. Killing Lin Tian was an order given by the three great figures of the direct line of descent, so it was obvious how important it was. Bai Mingxiu naturally wouldn't neglect it. Lin Tian looked at Bai Mingxiu. "Are you the one in charge here?" "Yes," Bai Mingxiu said. "You have the strongest cultivation in this place?" Lin Tian continued. Bai Mingxiu frowned and said, "Yes." After a pause, Bai Mingxiu said in a deep voice, "My friend, do you really have traces of Lin Tian? If it's true, please tell us. My Bai family will naturally give you a suitable price that will definitely satisfy you." "A suitable price?" "Of course. The heads of all the Bai family members in your stronghold should be quite suitable." Lin Tian said. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Bai Mingxiu and the middle-aged man beside him immediately darkened. You tricked us. Bai Mingxiu's face suddenly turned cold. Of course not. Lin Tian laughed, lifted his gray robe, and revealed his true appearance. Look, do I look like I'm tricking you? Bai Mingxiu and the middle-aged man's expressions immediately changed. It's you. You're quite bold. You're just as the rumors say, Bai Mingxiu said, coldly. At this time, the other cultivators in the hall also recognized Lin Tian. Suddenly, their expressions all changed. It's really that Lin Tian. The younger generation of the Bai family, is hunting him everywhere, searching for his whereabouts. He actually came here. Isn't he courting death? Everyone stared at him. This place was a small stronghold, set up by the ancient Bai family outside. There were many experts living here, and the weakest was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness. The leader was even at the peak of the Zephyr realm. At this moment, Lin Tian came here alone. This made most of the cultivators here dumbfounded and almost petrified on the spot. How could there be such a stupid and arrogant person? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Figures in the hall swayed, and soon dozens of experts surrounded Lin Tian. These people were all powerful clansmen of the Bai family placed here. There were a total of 37 of them. Among them, 10 were at the Zephyr realm, and 27 were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. All of them were very energetic, and it was obvious that they were very powerful. Friends, please do what you were doing before. Don't worry, my Bai family will soon suppress this thief, Bai Mingxiu said. As the leader of a small stronghold of the ancient Bai family, Bai Mingxiu was full of confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, a Bai family expert rushed toward Lin Tian. He was at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Lin Tian raised his hand, directly slapping this person until he was blasted into pieces, dyeing the palace's floor red, smashing a peak Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator with one palm. What kind of physical body is this? Is he the reincarnation of a dragon? What a terrifying physique! Someone's heart palpitated. At this moment, Lin Tian waved his hand, and a gust of sword wind swept past, completely closing the door of the Bai family's hall. Facing the people of the Bai family, he was very calm and strong. Friends, please do what you were doing before. Don't worry, I'm only here to target the people of the Bai family. Those who have nothing to do with the Bai family, just watch quietly. Hearing these words, the cultivators were stunned. They only felt that Lin Tian had gone crazy. He barged into the Bai family stronghold alone, facing dozens of Bai family experts and facing a peak Zephyr realm expert, and said such words. Even if these people had seen Lin Tian's powerful physical body, they still felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant when they heard what he said. Cut him down, you ignorant brat. Bai Mingxiu laughed out of anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators of the Bai family around him pressed down on Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, someone's expression changed and he exclaimed, "What's going on? Where's my vital essence? I can't move." Me too. Damn it, I can't use my martial skills, let alone my divine abilities. What happened? The expressions of the Bai family members changed. Bai Mingxiu was moved. With a thought, a faint light appeared on the surface of his body, and then his expression changed. At this moment, his vital essence could flow, but it was extremely chaotic. He couldn't use his divine abilities or martial skills. At the same time, the other cultivators exclaimed. Almost everyone felt that their vital essence had frozen. What's going on? Someone panicked. Bai Mingxiu stared at Lin Tian with a pale face. It's you. What did you do? There's no need to tell you what I did. Lin Tian smiled, and a treasure sword appeared in his hand. He turned to look at the others. Everyone, please stay where you are and don't move. Just watch quietly. I'm only here to kill the people of the Bai family. However, if any one of you dares to move, don't blame my sword for being blind." The cultivator's expressions changed immediately. During this period of time, the outside world had heard that Lin Tian had killed hundreds of people, whether they were from the 10 major sects, powerful itinerant cultivators, or members of the ancient families. People had died in Lin Tian's hands. He had never shown mercy to anyone. At this moment, the cultivator's vital essence had frozen. After hearing Lin Tian's words, no one dared to move. That's right. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and smiled. He tilted his head and looked at the dozens of powerful cultivators of the Bai family. He raised his long sword and slashed without hesitation. You! Poof! 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 Blood splashed. Immediately, a few powerful cultivators of the Bai family at the 9th level of the spiritual sea fell into a pool of blood. After arriving here, Lin Tian secretly used his vital essence to shatter 10 Baodan pills. After shattering the pills with his vital essence, they would turn into gas. They were colorless and odorless. They would fuse with the air and maintain the effect of the pills for 15 minutes. In this 15 minutes, any cultivator below the immortal ascension realm who breathed in this air would have their vital essence in chaos. They would even be temporarily frozen and lose their combat ability. At this moment, everyone in the hall had breathed in the air mixed with the qi of the vitality sealing pill. Most of their vital essence had been frozen. Even someone as strong as Bai Mingxiu, who was at the peak of the Zephyr realm, had his vital essence in chaos. He could not use his martial arts skills smoothly. Basically, he only had the combat ability of the 3rd sky of the Zephyr realm. What kind of despicable trick did you use? The middle-aged man at the beginning said angrily. Despicable? So what if I'm despicable to your Bai family? Lin Tian smiled. He appeared in front of the middle-aged man in a flash. The long sword in his hand slashed down. With a poof, the middle-aged man's head was cut off. Originally, the middle-aged man's cultivation was at the 2nd sky of the Zephyr realm. However, after absorbing the qi of the vitality sealing pill, his vital essence was completely frozen. His combat ability was at its lowest. How could he be Lin Tian's opponent? He raised his long sword and appeared in front of another powerful cultivator of the Bai family. He raised his fist and smashed it down. Poof! His current physique could be said to be amazing. He smashed the early-stage Zephyr realm cultivator into pieces on the spot. He appeared on the other side and slashed out the young incinerating 5th sword, accurately sweeping out a large amount of sword light. Poof! 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 Screams rang out. After their vital essence was sealed, the ordinary cultivators of the Bai family could not resist the powerful, yang incinerating sword qi. They could not even dodge. One by one, their hearts, throats, and glabella were pierced. They fell into a pool of blood. No, 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 stop. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ah, stop. Master Ming Su, save us. Screams and cries for help mixed together. Blood splashed out. In this square building, the other cultivators outside the Bai family trembled. Their faces were pale. This was the stronghold of the ancient Bai family. Everyone in this heaven realm knew about it. However, at this moment, a 17-year-old boy who was being chased by the Bai family broke into this place alone. He attacked mercilessly and killed more than 20 powerful cultivators of the Bai family in the blink of an eye. Everyone was so shocked that they felt a chill down their spines. This was a young demon king. Bastard! Bai Ming Su was furious. He took a step forward and forcibly activated the soulless palm. His vital essence was chaotic as he slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian sneered as he used his divining divine art to unleash the same void god palm. You think you can fight me in your current state? The 2 void god palms collided with each other as violent genuine spread out, forcing Bai Mingxiu back 3 steps. Then Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang and moved. He appeared in front of another early-stage Zephyr realm cultivator of the Bai family. You, Poof! Chapter 349. Reading on a mobile phone in the blink of an eye. Another airborne realm clansman was killed. Bai Mingxiu was furious to the extreme. Please search Tastebook Yen Network to see the most complete novel be *starred. Bai Mingxiu forcefully activated another secret technique from the Sutra of God. However, his vital essence was extremely chaotic and its power was insufficient. Lin Tianling smiled and moved forward with the yin and yang liang. I'll deal with you first. The effect of the energy sealing pill could not be maintained for too long. He had to race against time. Once the effect of the Baodin wore off, he would probably be left here when facing such a peak-level airborne realm expert. He held up the barren heaven realm and used it to protect his body. Then he transformed the 9 springs sword into his hand and slashed at Bai Mingxiu. With a crack, Bai Mingxiu's secret technique was shattered. At the same time, he was knocked back several steps. Blood gushed out of Bai Mingxiu's mouth as he stared at Lin Tian with an ashen face. Originally, he was at the peak of the airborne realm and did not need to care about Lin Tian at all. But now, with his vital essence in chaos, he could only barely have the combat strength of a third-tier airborne realm expert. It was difficult for him to fully display his magic and martial arts. Now that he was injured by Lin Tian's sword, he was angry and sullen. Lin Tianling snorted. Without changing his pace, he pressed forward again. Clang! He held the 9 springs, sword in his hand, and slashed down again without hesitation. Bai Mingxiu tried his best to activate the Wushan palm, but it was useless. It was shattered with one strike. With a bang, Bai Mingxiu was kicked in the chest by Lin Tianyi, and his entire body was sent flying again. Lord Mingxiu! Thief! Damn it! The rest of the Bai clan were furious. They waved their swords and sabers at Lin Tiansha. However, with their vital essence sealed, these people were weak to the point of no threat to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tian waved his sword. A Bai clan expert at the 5th-tier airborne realm coughed up blood. His throat was cut open and blood spurted out. You thief! Why waste your breath when you're about to die? Lin Tiandao. He swung his sword and cut off this person's head. Buzz! Light flickered and the barren heaven world rushed up and pressed forward. Pooh! 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 Bloody mist exploded and the few Bai clan cultivators were shattered by the light of the barren heaven world. I don't have much time to spend with you. Lin Tiandao. With a boom, he used the divining divine technique to activate the divine chime hall. A sea of lightning rushed up, and a tall divine shadow stood up. Divine Roar Palace? Damn it, you actually. Everyone from the Bai family was shocked and furious. Everyone in the world knew that the Divine Cry Temple was the Bai family's thunder god Physique's king's region. When this king's region was activated, it could cross 6 small realms to kill enemies. But now, an outsider was actually using their Bai family's Holy Sun's king's region to deal with them. Shouldn't you feel honored to have the Divine Cry Palace kill you? Lin Tian said coldly. With a thought, the 10-foot-tall divine shadow swung the thunder sword and swept it away. In the blink of an eye, several more Bai family experts exploded, and some of the precious weapons in the pavilion were shattered on the spot. Thief! Stop it now! Bai Mingxiu roared. Lin Tiandao tilted his head and sneered. He directly activated the Divine Cry Palace. I'll kill you! He didn't hold back at all. The barren heaven realm, the Divine Cry Palace, the 9-spring sword, and several divine elephants pressed down together. At the same time, a broken mountain, a divine weapon bell, an ancient forest, and a sea of clover rushed out from behind him, covering Bai Mingxiu completely. The tremors caused the palace to break inch by inch, and cracks spread out in all directions. Facing several divine elephants, Bai Mingxiu coughed up blood. Bastard! The Bai family won't let you go. You won't live. Don't talk about the Bai family. Your Bai family is nothing. Lin Tianling smiled. Next, I'll play with your Bai family slowly. I'll let your leader know the consequences of provoking me for no reason. You, poof! Several types of divine elephants pressed down together, shattering Bai Mingxiu into pieces on the spot. In the pavilion, the other cultivators outside the Bai family were all frightened and their faces were pale. An expert at the peak of the Zephyr Plain from an ancient family was killed so easily. Lin Tianling tilted his head and looked at the last few people of the Bai family. Clang! With a swing of his sword, the 8th stroke of the Yang incinerating sword was slashed out. There were screams, but it didn't last for long. After a few dozen breaths, the last few Bai family experts were all killed. Looking around, the pavilion was covered in blood, and a few broken corpses fell to the ground. It was a shocking sight. In the pavilion, the cultivators outside the Bai family were all frightened and couldn't help but tremble. They only felt that the handsome young man in front of them was too terrifying. He was like a demon. Lin Tianling looked at them and said, "Everyone, you can leave now. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Hearing this, the group of cultivators all ran out in 5 breaths of time. Lin Tiantan smiled coldly. The divine cry palace behind him shook, and the thunder shadow suddenly enlarged to more than 10 meters tall. A thunder sword appeared in the divine shadow's hand. With a clang, it shook the pavilion open and then cut it into pieces. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky. Lin Tianling didn't stay. He covered his face with the gray robe again and left in an instant. That person is simply too ruthless. Outside the pavilion of the Bai family, the cultivators who walked out were all frightened and pale. He barged in alone and killed every one of the Bai family here. In the end, he even destroyed the entire pavilion. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Soon, more people gathered here. After learning the details, they were all shocked. There's actually such a bold person. Some people were frightened. After leaving the vast sky district, Lin Tianling appeared in the Bai family's stronghold in the Hangzhou origin. "It's you." The leader of the Bai family in the stronghold was shocked. "It's me. I'm here to send you on your way." Lin Tiantan smiled. With a shake of his long sword, the barren heaven world appeared and pressed down on everyone. "You're courting death." The Bai clan's manager had a cold expression on his face. A little sea of consciousness cultivator who was being chased by the clan actually dared to break into the Bai clan stronghold. "I admire your arrogance because it saves the clan the time of looking for you. Is that so? Soon you'll hate my arrogance." Lin Tiantan smiled. The leader of the Bai family snorted coldly. "Take him down." Dozens of Bai family experts surrounded him. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed, including several powerful existences at the 7th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. They all stopped abruptly. "Where's my vital essence? Why can't I feel my vital essence? I can't use my martial skills." Everyone in the Bai family was shocked. Then the leader of the Bai family and the other cultivators in the stronghold all changed their expressions. Lin Tianyi smiled casually and directly used the divining divine technique. Screams soon sounded. Blood sputtered in the hall. After about half an hour, the screams weakened. Dozens of Bai family experts, including 3 at the 7th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, 5 at the 6th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm, some ordinary Zephyr realm cultivators, and dozens of Sea of Consciousness cultivators were all killed. Only the leader at the peak of the Zephyr realm survived, but he was also on the verge of death. "Now, do you still admire my arrogance?" Lin Tiantan narrowed his eyes. "You, puff!" The divine roar palace and the barren heaven realm pressed down together and directly shattered the Bai family expert. Lin Tiantan's expression was indifferent. He shattered the hall with the divine roar palace and then left, leaving a group of cultivators outside the Bai family who witnessed all this standing outside the hall in a daze. They all looked pale and couldn't help but gasp. Not long after leaving the Hangzhou origin, Lin Tiantan appeared in the Yin Square. Just like before, he used the same method to shatter 10 energy sealing pills, completely massacred the stronghold of the Bai family in the Yin Square, and completely shattered the entire hall. With a faint smile, he carried his gray robe and left in an instant. This, the ancient Bai family, was actually, that person is simply a lunatic. Some of the cultivators who witnessed the whole process were terrified and only felt that their backs were covered by a layer of ice. Soon the news spread like wildfire. A 17-year-old youth who was being chased by the ancient Bai family appeared in the Haotian district, the Hangzhou origin, and the Yin Square of his own accord. He destroyed all the strongholds of the Bai family in these 3 places. All the Bai family experts in these 3 strongholds were killed, and none of them escaped. This immediately shocked the world. Oh my God, is this true? That's not possible, right? That's right. The 3 strongholds of the Bai family were guarded by many Zephyr Plane experts, and the strongest was at the peak of the Zephyr Plane. That Lin Tiantan, it said that he's only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea. How could he do this? That's right. It's true. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Rumor has it that the people in those strongholds had their spiritual ether frozen. Their spiritual ether frozen? This was that Lin Tian's doing? Nonsense, it's obvious. Many people were discussing. Those who did not believe it rushed to the 3 areas and saw the destroyed strongholds of the Bai family and the corpses and blood of the Bai family experts. Their hearts palpitated. The Bai family is a behemoth that has been passed down since the ancient times. That Lin Tian dares to openly provoke the Bai family. Is he going to make an enemy of the entire Bai family? Some people stared. The Bai family, which had been passed down since the ancient times, had looked down on this region for more than 10,000 years. It was a true behemoth that no one dared to offend. But now, a 17-year-old youth had taken the initiative to kill the Bai family. He's too arrogant. Some people trembled. In the second heaven, many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the Bai family was even more furious. Since the founding of the Bai family, they had dominated this region for countless years. When had anyone dared to offend the Bai family like this? Never. Even the heavenly monster mountain, which had always been at odds with human cultivators, did not dare to do so. But now a 17-year-old youth who was only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea had directly killed his way to the strongholds of the Bai family outside the family, completely destroyed 3 strongholds, and killed all the members of the Bai family in those strongholds. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the dignity of the ancient Bai family. Find him and kill him. Skin him. Light up the sky lantern. Capture him and bring him back to the family. Let the ancestors extract his divine soul and imprison it in front of the tombstones of the dead clansmen forever. The young experts of the Bai family were furious. They frantically searched for Lin Tian's traces and swore to tear his tendons and break his bones. On the same day, on a wide road, Lin Tian appeared in front of several young experts of the Bai family. Are you looking for me? Chapter 350. Reading on the mobile phone, seeing Lin Tian appear, the faces of several young powerhouses of the Bai family changed. Pinbook net. How dare you appear in front of us? One of them said coldly. What a joke! I even dared to break into the strongholds of your Bai family. What are you all? Lin Tian said disdainfully. There were 9 powerhouses of the Bai family in front of him. Only one of them was at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, and the other 8 were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. Without any superfluous words, he brandished his sword and rushed towards the 9 people. Without a doubt, this was a battle without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, 8 Sea of Consciousness realm cultivators were killed. The young man at the early stage of the Zephyr realm turned pale and tried to jump into the air, but unfortunately he was beheaded as soon as he took a step. Glancing at the corpses of the 9 people indifferently, he turned around and left. Not long after, he appeared in front of another old forest and killed another group of young cultivators of the Bai family, staining the ground with blood. Oh my God! Some people witnessed this scene with their own eyes, feeling that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Afterwards, Lin Tian wore another black robe and appeared before over a dozen young cultivators of the Bai family, one after another. He slew all the experts of the Bai family who were searching for him, not letting a single one escape. Such behavior undoubtedly caused the Bai family to be even angrier. The young cultivators of the Bai family became even crazier. They searched everywhere, threatening to grind Lin Tian's bones into ashes. However, what they got in return was more corpses of the young generation of the Bai family. At the same time, a voice sounded from the old forest. Old fogies of the Bai family, tell your younger generation to obediently hide in the family's lair. Don't ever let them out and run around. Otherwise, I'll kill every one of you I see. As soon as such a voice came out, it instantly spread throughout the second heaven, causing everyone to be shocked. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. A 17-year-old Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator dared to openly challenge an ancient family. He's too arrogant. This was the unanimous opinion of everyone. Whether this Lin Tian survives or not, he will leave a thick mark in the history of the second heaven. Someone said, 17 years old, 8th level Sea of Consciousness, yet he dared to challenge an ancient aristocratic family all by himself. How could an ordinary person have such courage? Behead. In the easternmost land, within the Bai clan, a cold voice rang out. It was wrapped in unconcealable anger and killing intent. On this day, 7 young men walked out from the Bai family. All of them had majestic figures, extraordinary appearances, and shockingly dense blood qi. Bring back his head. A cold voice came from the Bai family, echoing throughout the sky. The 7 people's eyes were cold as they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The news quickly spread, and the Bai family was furious. A true expert of the younger generation appeared. 2 years ago, the 7 heroes of the Bai family seemed to have dominated the second heaven. Few in the same generation could contend against them. These 7 people are all at the second layer of the Zephyr realm. But there are rumors that all 7 of them can kill a 5th layer of the Zephyr realm. Are you sure? Of course. It is said that in the same generation of the Bai family, only the Thunder God physique can suppress these 7 people. Nonsense, that's the King physique, the real supreme being of the same generation. Under the immortal realm, he is basically an invincible existence. If that's the case, that Lin Tian is in danger. With the 7 heroes of the Bai family together, it is expected that it will be difficult for that person to survive. Isn't he courting death by provoking an ancient family? Really, many people shook their heads. In a green mountain, Lin Tian listened to the rumors in the outside world, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A second layer of the Zephyr realm, but he can kill a 5th layer of the Zephyr realm. He is indeed powerful. He looked into the distance with a cold smile on his face. If these 7 heroes die outside, the Bai family should be heartbroken. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and with a flash he disappeared from the spot. The second heaven was filled with mountains and rivers, and the spiritual qi was extremely abundant. Even in some ordinary old forests, one could occasionally see a few powerful demon beasts. Lin Tian, wearing a black robe, walked in the mountains and old forests, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi in the forest. After passing through many corners, he stopped at the intersection of a main road and sat on a yellow stone not far away. Whoosh! A light breeze blew, rolling up pieces of sand and dust. There were many cultivators on the main road, but their cultivation was not strong. The highest was only at the 6th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Soon 2 hours passed. In the distance, a young man in luxurious clothes walked past, attracting the attention of all the passers-by. Bai Luocheng, one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family. His aura is so strong. Strange. Why is there only one person? Didn't the 7 of them come out of the family together? What kind of people are the 7 heroes of the Bai family? They are all proud people. They are just chasing and killing a cultivator at the 8th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. How could there be 7 of them together? They separated when they walked out of the family gate. Many people said, seeing Bai Luocheng walking over, many people hurriedly retreated to the side and made way for him. Bai Luocheng's expression was cold as if there was no one around, and he directly walked forward. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out, and the flaming sword Qi rolled over and landed beside his feet. This? Who is attacking? How dare they block the path of the 7 heroes of the Bai family? Are they crazy? Many rogue cultivators were shocked. Bai Luocheng's expression did not change, and he tilted his head and looked in the direction of the sword Qi. Not dodging, not avoiding, not changing your expression. You are indeed extraordinary. A voice sounded. On the yellow stone in the distance, Lin Tian stood up and lifted his black robe. It's that Lin Tian. Why is he here? At this fork, the rogue cultivators were all shocked. Bai Luocheng looked at Lin Tian, and a faint light flashed in his cold eyes. You deliberately waited for me here? I waited for 2 hours and wanted to borrow your head. Lin Tiantan smiled. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. The 7 heroes of the Bai family came out to kill him. But this guy actually took the initiative to wait for the 7 heroes here? He wants to kill the 7 of them. He is too arrogant. Many people were shocked. Bai Luocheng's eyes were cold. As arrogant as the rumors say. After saying this, Bai Luocheng did not say anything else and rushed toward Lin Tian like lightning. So fast! This speed! It's the Bai family's divine void puppet! The crowd exclaimed. After that, dense phantoms of Bai Luocheng appeared in all directions. It was difficult to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. His feet swayed and he also moved. Every step he took created an afterimage, as if he was walking on the great path. In the blink of an eye, dense phantoms appeared at this fork. Seeing this scene, many cultivators were shocked and retreated in unison. At this moment, no one could distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. Some people even rubbed their eyes from time to time, dazzled by the dense phantoms. Bang! 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 The sound of fists colliding could be heard from time to time. After 7 breaths, the phantoms in the sky collapsed, and 2 figures were sent flying backward. You have such a physique and speed when you are only at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness. No wonder so many people of my Bai family died at your hands. Bai Luocheng said coldly, You are not bad yourself. You are much stronger than the ordinary airborne realm trash of your Bai family. Lin Tiandao, his eyes narrowed slightly. This Bai Luocheng was indeed very powerful. His physique, speed, and spiritual sense were all very shocking. Bai Luocheng snorted coldly, and the aura around his body suddenly increased, wildly. Don't be so smug. This is all you have. You can die now. I will take your head and offer it to the souls of our family. Violent spiritual ether spread out. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall divine shadow appeared behind Bai Luocheng. This divine shadow had dense hands. At a glance, it was dazzling. Is this that secret art? 3-meter-tall divine shadow and dense hands. There is no doubt about it. This is one of the core magic of the Bai family, the 1,000 illusory divine hands. It is said that only the direct disciples are qualified to cultivate this kind of art. Its power can shatter mountains and shake seas. It is very terrifying. That is right. Many cultivators were moved. Bai Luocheng stepped forward, and the divine shadow behind him moved with him. The Bai family has been around for more than 10,000 years. Since ancient times, we have looked down on this region. No one has ever dared to provoke us. If anyone dares to challenge the dignity of our family, there is only one word to describe it: kill. Boom. As soon as Bai Luoqing finished speaking, the divine shadow behind him moved. All of a sudden, the divine shadow moved and dense handprints pressed down together. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately felt a great pressure. He took a step back and propped up the barren heaven world and divine Cry Hall to press forward. Barren heaven world? Divine Cry Hall? He actually knows how to do it. It's clearly a bloodline magic unique to the king's territory. Many cultivators were shocked. Although these people had long heard that Lin Tian knew how to use the barren heaven world and divine Cry Hall, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The barren heaven world and divine Cry Hall swayed and faced the large hands in the sky. All of a sudden, the violent spiritual ether swept in all directions, causing the air to distort. Only the king's territory divine powers can be derived from the king's territory. What you can deduce is just the form. How much power can it have? Bai Luoqing said coldly. As soon as he said that, the divine shadow behind him trembled, and even more dense handprints fell. With a crack, cracks appeared in the barren heaven world, and it shattered on the spot. Afterwards, the divine Cry Hall trembled and dissipated like fireworks. Lin Tian frowned and quickly retreated. Before this, he had used the divine technique to derive the barren heaven world and divine Cry Hall, and they were almost always invincible. However, at this moment, they were defeated by Bai Luoqing head-on, which made him a little shocked. He thought to himself that Bai Luoqing was indeed very powerful and worthy of being called one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family. That's all you're capable of, Bai Luoqing said. Behind him, the figure trembled and a huge handprint pressed down, covering everything within a 30-foot radius. Don't be too full of yourself, Lin Tianling said. He activated the divine technique and evolved the 9-spring sword. With a swing of his sword, he shattered the handprint into pieces. Bai Luoqing's expression was indifferent. The figure behind him trembled and more handprints pressed down. With a crisp crack, Lin Tian's 9-spring sword was shattered. He propped up the primordial mountain, the divine weapon bell, and the immortal forest, but it was still useless. They were shattered again and again. The 1,000 transformations divine hands is endless. Everything you do is in vain. All your methods will be shattered. Bai Luoqing said. Lin Tian dodged and stepped on the yin-yang puppet to retreat dozens of feet away. Is that so? Then let's see what you can't break, he said coldly. With a buzz, his right hand shook, and the 4 symbols Tao diagram condensed. Chapter 351. The 4 symbols Tao diagram buzzed and trembled, releasing specks of silver light that shot forward. It's useless. Bai Luoqing's expression was cold. Whether it's useful or not is up to me. Lin Tiandao. He held the Tao diagram in his right hand, trembling slightly as he charged forward. With a hiss, the 1,000 phantoms' dense mass of hands instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Lin Tiandao used the Tao diagram to open a path, destroying one hand after another to force his way toward Bai Luoqing. Bai Luoqing's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. You can actually destroy my divine ability light, but how much can you destroy? With that, Bai Luoqing took a step back, but the phantoms behind him moved even faster, sending down even more giant hands like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Lin Tiandao held the 4 symbols Tao diagram and immediately felt the pressure. Although the Tao diagram could seal everything, Bai Luoqing was too strong. The divine ability light was endless, and the giant hands were extremely ferocious and full of offensive power. He couldn't destroy them all in a short time. Ka! With a crisp sound, a clear crack appeared on the 4 symbols Tao diagram in his hand. Lin Tiandao's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. At this moment, He truly felt how terrifying Bai Luoqing was. The title of Bai Clan's 7 heroes was not just for show. Many thanks for waiting for me here. If I take your head back to the clan, it will be a great merit, Bai Luoqing said. As Bai Luoqing stepped forward, the 1,000 phantoms behind him moved as well, and the giant hands pressed down once more. Similarly, I'll borrow your head and give your Bai Clan a surprise. Lin Tiandao. Presumptuous! Bai Luoqing coldly snorted. With a boom, the phantoms behind him shone brightly. This time it wasn't just the giant hands, but also fists, palms, and fingers. At the same time, true Yuan weapons appeared in some of the giant hands. There were sabers, swords, bells, shields, and even net-like objects. There were a total of 8 true Yuan weapons. In the distance, a cultivator's expression changed. 1,000 illusory, godly hands. It's said that when this divine ability is cultivated to its peak, it can create 1,000 illusory artifacts. Its power is unparalleled, and it can destroy a huge mountain with a single thought. Bai Luoqing has actually cultivated this divine ability to such a level that he can already create artifacts. This is terrifying. It seems the rumors that the 7 heroes of clan can kill a 5th heavenly layer powerhouse are true. Terrifying. The crowd was horrified. Sensing Bai Luoqing's aura divine ability of Bai Luoqing's Bai Luoqing, I fought against a 6th tier Zephyr Realm expert with this form of this technique. You're not wrong to die under this move, Bai Luoqing said. Stepping forward, Bai Luoqing's expression was cold. The 1,000 phantoms' divine hands moved at the same time and pressed down on Lin Tian. The 8 true Yuan weapons rumbled and distorted the void. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin Tianling said. Behind him, the barren heaven world, the divine cry temple, and the 9 springs sword rushed forward. I've said it before. The weapons of the king's region are useless against me. Bai Luoqing said. The 1,000 phantoms' divine hands shook, and in a moment, the 3 divine elephants were crushed. Lin Tian didn't care about that. He raised his hands and formed a seal again. This time, a stone platform and a stone wall rushed out behind him. On the stone wall, a line of ancient words was overflowing with divine light, and the words Dao and Rin were circulating with great pressure. What's that? What a terrifying pressure. This. Why do I feel like I'm facing an immortal ascension realm powerhouse? Some cultivators' hearts palpitated, staring at the stone platform and stone wall that rushed out behind Lin Tian. Everyone's bodies trembled. At the same time, crackling sounds could be heard. In an instant, the shadows of Bai Luoqing's fists and palms were shattered. This is. Bai Luoqing's expression changed as he stared at the stone platform and stone wall behind Lin Tian. He actually felt his heart palpitate. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He took a step forward and pressed down on Bai Luoqing. He used the divining divine technique to simulate the place where heavenly Lord Dao Rin comprehended the Dao back then. The aura inside was extremely terrifying. Although it was an illusion, it still had great power. Qi, qi, qi. This time, the 1,000 phantoms' divine hands couldn't destroy the stone platform and stone wall created by Lin Tian. What are you doing? Bai Luoqing shouted. At this moment, the man who was one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family had truly changed. Lin Tianling smiled and didn't say anything. He used the yin and yang ho and increased his speed, instantly approaching Bai Luoqing. Bai Luoqing left an afterimage on the spot and stepped on the divine void puppet to retreat quickly. You can't compare speed, Lin Tianling said. He used the yin and yang ho and instantly caught up to Bai Luoqing. The stone platform and stone wall above him pressed down together. Shatter! Bai Luoqing roared. The 1,000 phantoms' divine hands trembled as they attacked Lin Tian in a frenzy. Lin Tian used the stone platform and stone wall to meet the attacks. He felt the blood in his chest boil, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Suppress, he said coldly. With a boom, the stone platform and stone wall trembled and shattered. Bai Luoqing coughed up blood and staggered back. The 1,000 phantoms, divine, hands behind him almost shattered. At this moment, Lin Tian pressed forward again. Die! Bai Luoqing roared. Behind him, the 1,000 phantoms, divine hands, rose from the ground. This time, not only were there giant palms, there were also leg shadows pressing down. Lin Tian felt an even stronger pressure, and all the bones in his body were creaking. Let's see how long you can last, he said coldly. The stone platform and stone wall met the attack. At the same time, he used the 4 symbols Tao diagram, causing it to expand to a diameter of around 20 feet. With the stone platform and stone wall opening the way and the 4 symbols Tao diagram behind, the giant palms and leg shadows continued to shatter and disappear. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Lin Tian strode forward, approaching Bai Luoqing with great difficulty. After several dozen breaths of time, he finally opened a path. His feet flickered, and he approached Bai Luoqing. You! Bang! Lin Tian swung his fist and struck Bai Luoqing's face. Bai Luoqing flew back 30 feet, the divine shadows behind him shattering. His expression changed, and he quickly steadied himself. With a hand seal, a new 1,000 phantoms, divine, hands gradually formed behind him. Don't even think about it, Lin Tianling said. He could not give Bai Luoqing another chance to form the 1,000 phantoms, divine hands. He used the yin and yang ho and instantly closed in. With a bang, another punch landed on Bai Luoqing's chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out, and Bai Luoqing was sent flying again. Lin Tian's eyes were as sharp as knives. He took a step forward, closed in again, and punched again. Bai Luoqing roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. The 2 fists collided. Bai Luoqing immediately let out a muffled groan. His fingers shattered, and he was sent flying again. The 7 heroes of the Bai family are said to have strong physiques. They soak in all kinds of medicinal pools since they were young, and their physiques are comparable to diamond. But now they can't beat Lin Tian? Does that Lin Tian have the barbarian king physique? The cultivators' hearts palpitated. At this time, Lin Tian had already closed in on Bai Luoqing again, and he punched again. This time he used all his strength and directly shattered one of Bai Luoqing's arms. Bai Luoqing grunted in pain, and his remaining arm swung, the limitless divine palm, at Lin Tian. Poof! Lin Tian shook his iron fist and shattered Bai Luoqing's last arm. Bai Luoqing roared, his eyes bloodshot. Now that his arms were broken, he stepped on the divine void puppet and attacked Lin Tian. Courageous, courageous, Lin Tian praised. Unfortunately, we are enemies. I'll give you a quick death. A high-grade, supreme, treasure sword appeared in his hand. He unfolded the lightning sword and directly cut off Bai Luoqing's head. A pillar of blood spurted out, and Bai Luoqing's corpse fell to the ground. Lin Tian looked back, put away Bai Luoqing's head, and left with a cold look in his eyes. 6 more. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself coldly. This, Bai Luoqing, one of the 7 heroes of the Bai family, was killed. That Lin Tian, who is he? How can he be so powerful? He is only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea. Everyone's lips trembled. On the 2nd day, the spiritual qi was dense, and the sky was always blue. After killing Bai Luoqing, Lin Tian, dressed in a black robe, stepped into the mountains and rivers. Not long after, he encountered the second 7 heroes of the Bai family. After an intense battle, he cut off the head of the second 7 heroes of the Bai family and left with large strides. On a grassland, he killed the third 7 heroes. Outside the vast heaven district, the sky had already darkened. After killing the 4th 7 heroes, he returned to the mountains to recuperate with bloodstains all over his body. On the 2nd day, he walked out of the mountains and attacked again, killing the fifth and sixth seven heroes. On the third day, beside a river, two figures were running one after another. Both of them were covered in blood, but their speed was extremely fast. That's Lin Tian. He seems to be chasing after the young man in front. The one running away is Bai Zihua. Bai Zihua. It is said that he is the strongest of the seven heroes. Now he is actually running away? I must have seen wrongly. Beside the river, a group of cultivators opened their eyes wide. Bai Zihua was at the peak of level 2 of the Zephyr realm. It was said that he had personally torn apart several level 5 of the Zephyr realm, but now he was actually running away. Everyone, please help me suppress this scoundrel. My Bai family will definitely repay you generously. Bai Zihua shouted. There were many cultivators beside the river. If it were any other time, if they heard such a voice and could help the Bai family's experts, these cultivators would probably rush up without hesitation. But now no one dared to move. Some people even lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't see anything. What a joke! During this period of time, Lin Tian had killed several hundred people, including powerful itinerant cultivators and disciples of great sections. He had even destroyed 3 of the Bai family strongholds and killed 6 of the 7 heroes. His ferocious name had spread throughout the second heaven. With such a ferocious name, who would still dare to go up? That would be courting death. Seeing that no one went up, Bai Zihua's countenance turned ashen. He was both shocked and furious. Damn it! Stepping on the divine void puppet, Bai Zihua fled frantically. You won't be able to escape, Lin Tianling said. His entire body was covered in blood, and he executed the yin-yang Tao to its limits. He finally caught up to Bai Zihua after several dozen breaths. Lin Tian, stop. We can discuss this. Discuss? Go look for the King of Hell for this matter. Sword chimes rang out, and Lin Tian's eyes were cold and merciless. He pierced through Bai Zihua's heart and then chopped off his head. His eyes were indifferent as he looked around and took out the heads of the other 6 heroes from his stone ring. He then pierced through the 7 heads with a long sword and nailed them to a spacious ground beside the river. Then he took out another long sword, vibrated his vital essence, and carved a line of words on the ground. The second gift, you're welcome, Lin Tian. After throwing a cold glance, he turned to leave. Chapter 352. Beside the river, splashing sounds could be heard as the water splashed into a few old rocks, creating snow-white waves. 7 heads were pierced through by a sword and nailed to the ground. The words in front of the heads were even more glaring. The second gift, you're welcome, Lin Tian. Someone read it subconsciously and suddenly felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to his head. This madman! First, he destroyed 3 of the Bai family strongholds. Then he killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family. This is considered 2 gifts? This is simply a slap to the Bai family's face. I seem to have heard a loud slap in the face. This enmity is really big. Many people gasped. The 7 heroes of the Bai family were incomparably powerful. They were all geniuses of their generation. In such a large family, only the thunder god Physique could suppress the 7 heroes. They were the blood and sweat of the Bai family, but now the 7 heroes were all killed by a single person. Soon, the news spread and more people came to watch. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the 7 heads and the line of words carved on the ground. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Sorry, me too. Everyone stared. In the second heaven, who didn't know the majesty of the ancient Bai family, who dared to offend the ancient Bai family, that was a ferocious tiger, a dragon that reigned over this heaven realm. But now a little cultivator at the 8th heavenly layer dared to provoke the ancient Bai clan without any powerful backup. This caused the entire world to be shaken once again. In the Bai family's territory, a roar rushed out, startling the white cranes flying in the sky. Beast! The 3 big shots of the Bai family were furious to the extreme. The destruction of the 3 strongholds in the vast heaven area was nothing. At most, it would make the Bai family lose face. However, the death of the 7 heroes really made the 3 of them feel distressed. These 7 people were all extraordinary and possessed shocking talents. They could be considered as the future pillars of the Bai clan. Today, the 7 of them were all killed outside the Bai clan. This loss was too great. In particular, after Lin Tian beheaded the 7 heroes of the Bai clan, he actually pierced through their skulls and nailed them to the ground, leaving behind a line of words. This made the 3 great figures of the Bai clan so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. The other members of the Bai clan also had ugly expressions on their faces. They only felt a burning pain on their cheeks, as if they were really slapped in the face. No matter what, we must kill this kid. A big shot said. In the beginning, the 3 of them only wanted to kill off Lin Tian because they didn't want any accidents to happen to the marriage alliance between the Bai family and the Li family. But now the 2 families were on opposite sides. In the past, even if they didn't kill off Lin Tian, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now they couldn't. If they didn't kill off Lin Tian now, the Bai family would lose a lot of face and become a laughingstock. Kill. 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 These 3 words resounded in the sky above the Bai family, and the killing intent was shockingly cold. The second heaven was in an uproar. Now, in every corner, every place, restaurant, palace, and storytelling stall, everyone was discussing intensely, and the center of the discussion was all about one word: Lin Tian. This Lin Kuangren, what's going on? This is 17 years old, and he used to cultivate in the Limitless sect. It's said that he didn't rely on any resources from the Wuji Gate. Such a person, without any backup and relying entirely on himself, how can he be so strong? Who knows? He's a monster. Many people shook their heads. Among them, some felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant. Some felt that Lin Tian was full of courage, but they were all shocked. Lin Tian heard a lot of these voices, but he didn't care. After leaving the river, he walked into an old forest and prepared to concentrate on his cultivation. He wanted to reach the 9th level of the mental ocean as soon as possible, and then use the Imperial Sky Pill to reach the Imperial Sky Realm. In the past few days, the battle with the 7 heroes had made him understand a lot of things. He felt that the spiritual ether in his body was flowing more smoothly, and there were faint signs of another breakthrough. Only when I reach the Imperial Sky Realm can I truly walk proudly in this heaven realm, he said to himself. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes, and his steps were extremely fast. Soon, he entered the depths of the old forest. In the old forest, birds were chirping, and it was a unique flavor. Lin Tianten smiled and walked faster. Listening to the birds, he looked for a place to hide in the old forest. But in the next moment, the birds suddenly stopped chirping, and everything was quiet. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine, and he suddenly stopped. In front of him stood a man in black. His face was sharp, and his eyes were indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. "Who is it?" Lin Tian said in a low voice. Staring at the man in black, he felt a great threat for the first time, as if he was facing the desolate demon physique of the demon clan. The man in black didn't answer. He took a step forward and said, "Please borrow something." "What do you want to borrow?" Lin Tian frowned. "Weapon control technique." The man in black was very direct. Lin Tian's eyes darkened slightly. "Not lending." After saying that, he turned and walked to the other side. With a swish, the man in black silently blocked in front of Lin Tian, and a gorgeous long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a domineering blade will spread, forcing Lin Tianyi to retreat more than 5 meters. At this moment, a chill ran down his spine. The man in black looked to be about 21, but he was astonishingly strong. The sharp blade will made him feel that it was difficult to resist, as if he was facing a strong man at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm. "You and I fight, and if I win, give me the weapon control technique." The man said with a posture of indifference, Why? Lin Tianling smiled. You don't have a choice. The man in black said. Lin Tian's face was slightly cold, but he had to admit that he did have no other choice now, because the man in front of him was too terrifying. The man in black stared at Lin Tian and said, I am at the 3rd level of the Imperial Sky Realm, but I won't take advantage of you. After saying that, the long blade in the man's hand shook again, and then the breath on his body suddenly decreased. In the blink of an eye, the fluctuations on the man's body weakened several times, which made Lin Tian frown. The 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, the man in black said. After saying that, the man didn't say anything more. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he slashed at Lin Tian. With a clang, the void directly cracked, and a big black crack appeared. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, but he was still a little slow. His right shoulder was cut open, and blood immediately gushed out. So strong! He was secretly shocked. At this moment, he could feel that the man in black had indeed suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, which was the same level as him. However, the man's combat strength still shocked him. The power of that slash was not something that a cultivator in the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness could do. Even an expert at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm would not be able to do it. This was not referring to the pure power, but that the attack contained a kind of blade momentum, an extremely terrifying kind of blade momentum. That slash seemed to have sealed everything, disrupting his footsteps and greatly reducing his speed. The man in black's expression was cold. Without saying anything, he slashed again. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the blade swept through the sky. Before the blade light arrived, dozens of trees were immediately shattered into pieces. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved his hands, supporting the barren heaven world and the divine roar palace, and pressed forward. Boom! The two collided and the blade aura collapsed. The barren heaven world and the divine roar palace also shattered, disappearing into nothingness. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Knowing that there was no way to avoid it, he stepped forward and faced it directly. Since you've already lowered your level, I'll do as you wish and beat you to the ground, he said coldly. In the battle of the Yin and Yanghua, he was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man in black and punched him directly. With a thump, the void trembled as if a sacred drum had been beaten. The man in black's expression did not change. He pointed his blade backward and punched forward. Bang! The two fists collided and both of them retreated. Lin Tian felt pain in his right hand and could not help but feel a little surprised. On the path of cultivation, he used the 4 extreme scriptures to temper his body almost every day. His body was extremely strong, and few could resist it. But now, the man in black's body seemed to be no weaker than his. That iron fist seemed to be formed by a piece of diamond, indestructible. Opposite him, a strange light flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared and was covered by indifference again. He unsheathed his long blade. His body was like a ghost, bringing up hurricanes. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Tian again. The long blade in his hand was merciless. He slashed at Lin Tian's chest, almost cutting the void open. Lin Tian retreated. An upper-tier, true treasure sword appeared in his hand, and he used the 9 forms of the burning sun to meet the attack. With a clang, the blade and the sword collided. Strong winds swept out, shattering large pieces of old wood around them. The man in black shook his arm and attacked again. Vaguely, the blade trembled, and a buzzing sound was heard. Lin Tian held the upper-tier, true treasure, sword tightly. The power of fire surged, covering the entire sword as he slashed forward. Clang! 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 The blade and the sword kept colliding. Strong winds raged, almost shattering the ground. With a poof, Lin Tian was hit in the abdomen. Immediately, blood flowed out. However, at the same time, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and rushed forward. He punched the man in black in the chest, sending him flying more than 15 meters away. Clang! 15 meters away, the sharp blade light rushed up. The man in black stood up. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his expression did not change. With a swoosh, the man transformed into a divine blade. Overbearing blade, Qi intertwined and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. He slashed with the 8th sword of the burning sun. Then he formed a seal with both hands. He activated the 9 springs, sword with the divining divine skill. He grasped it in his hand and slashed at the air. Boom! This was an astonishing collision. The old wood within a radius of several meters was instantly shattered, and the ground was full of cracks. Both of them were sent flying, blood gushing out of their mouths. After stabilizing himself, Lin Tian was even more shocked. Previously, when he fought with the 7 heroes of the Bai family, he felt that the 7 heroes were really strong. However, at this moment, when he compared the 7 heroes to the man in black, he suddenly felt that the 7 so-called heroes were simply dregs. The man in black was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was still cold. He held the blade with one hand and raised it to the sky. Clang! Suddenly, dense blade shadows appeared and covered the surroundings. Every blade light seemed to have its own consciousness.